Okay. Good morning. Just a little late. Don't mind me. Little snafu over here, but we rolled with the punches. We're back. Um, and better than ever, right? Is that how it works? We're back and better than ever, or worse. I don't know. I guess you guys can be the judge of that, right? Either way, since we're late, let's just start. Ugh. Ugh. I don't even know which camera I'm using. My bad. Anyway, I'm like super close to the camera. I was like hunchbacking it. My bad. Ooh. No hoodie right now, which knowing me, I'll probably in just a little bit be like, oh my god, I'm so cold. But weather here is both good and bad. I never like it's weird when weather is really nice because it starts transitioning. But that means I don't know what to wear because it's hot out and it's cold out. Anyway, let's look at some cool things. So we've got 5 things as usual. Um, Excuse me, man. Woo, man, I feel burpy and I apologize. That's kind of gross. I'm getting lost. Sorry, I was trying to find the music I wanted to put on today. Cool, let's go with that. Bam. So let's look at some stuff. So, for those that don't know, I like Power Rangers, the Mighty Morphin to be exact. If it wasn't like pretty obvious, oh my god, I never know where to point. By the team right there, the original 5. Tommy is actually right above. We cannot see it, but trust me, trust. He's up top. They're my green guys up top, which sounds silly. Um, it's Slive from Thundercats, the Green Ranger, his Dragon Zord, Raphael, a quarter scale Raphael, and then the 1/6 scale Mondo Rogue, all in green. And then I have Bakugo because he fits. It was originally supposed to be like angsty side characters, and it kind of stayed that way. But Slife made his way up there just because I really like that figure, and so he lives there, and he's green. So I said it kind of works. Um, to be fair to the Bakugo is one of the statues that is black and white. It's like so it's like boom 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 underneath him, the big onomatopoeia. Um, since he's black and white, maybe for those that don't know, maybe they're like, wow, so green. But I mean, really, if you look at Bakugo's outfit, technically, he's green too, right? He's got green. He's got a good amount of green. So I counted him. Anyway, speaking of green things, and the actual Green Ranger anyway, when I see Power Ranger stuff, then I get excited. And the style looked fun, like a sketchy, etchy little thing. Was curious to see because you know me, I'm a sucker for the darks, right? It's this heavy inking style. Not gonna lie, his hand I thought looked pretty wonky. It looked very little, looked like a baby, like this is my strong hand kind of energy, right? Like immediately I got like thrown off by a couple visual things that I wasn't vibing with. But you know, overall it looked fun. And the shoulder throws me off. Because the way the dragon armor is, it goes in front of the chest a little bit. But still looks real cool. This is Edward Petrovich. Ooh. This dude's done a bunch of comic stuff. Done. Already following. I like a lot of this stuff. Hell yeah. Streets of Rage. Hell yeah. I feel like the dude from, is it Happy Gilmore? Hell yeah. Or what are the Adam Sandler movies? That old man. Adam Sandler movie. Old man. Hell yeah. Big Daddy. Yep. Yep. That's it. Hell yeah. Perfect. Hell yes. I realize you guys don't have audio. I forgot for that one. But trust me, it was hell yes. If you know, you know anyway when you look at that. But yeah, Streets of Rage. Ooh. Speaking of like black and white with just a pop of color, that looks cool too. Good old Axel. Streets of Rage, for those unaware, is an amazing old 2D side-scroller beat-em-up. Like in the 90s was like the coolest thing. Like I absolutely loved playing those type of games. So those games had a special place in my heart. Ooh. Daredevil, obviously, if for anybody who's not been watching it, is absolutely astonishing. The new season series, I guess it's a new series. In my mind, it's just a new season. It's just a continuation. But yeah, I was drawing a little Daredevil myself the other day. And by drawing, I mean like I had like a 3-minute sketch that I drew. And I was like, maybe I should make a Daredevil. And then I left it. I'll show you guys later. It's not impressive yet. It's literally squiggles. Ooh, what is this? For Salty Ruse. What the hell is this? This is nonsense. Is this a comic? The independent comic Salty Ruse, about 3 anthropomorphic kangaroos, Salty, Oliver, and Rodney, along with their friend Piper. What the hell is this anthropomorphized nonsense? It's time to Google. Salty Ruse. It says independent. So is it like legitimately independent? Official home for Salty Ruse, the comic book series from Blue Roo Comics. They're shrewd, they're bold, they're salty. Oh, it's just an Indie Planet one right now. There's a good amount of issues out so far. I need to make my way out to our comic shop. We haven't been there in a bit. We've got quite a few things that I didn't get. But then at that point, it's one of those ones where I was like, but it's soon enough to the new Turtles of Grayskull, so I'll just go next week, kind of thing. Like I just keep like putting it off. I'm like, but then there's this one, and then there's this one. Yeah, this is cute though. I want to see what the interiors looked like. These are like old Archie, but I'm guessing it looks like that on purpose. Like that was a stylistic thing that they're doing for issue 0 based on the cover. What is the... Okay, so the interiors look more... I don't want to say traditional for modern comics, but yeah. This looks stupid as hell. I don't know why I want to read this now. If anybody's ever read Salty Ruse, let me know how that goes. But yeah, that's cool. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Whoa, Logan looks... Those teeth. Why are his teeth so big? He made him look so crazy. Everybody else is like looking away, and then Wolverine's like dead-eyeing us, the viewer. Holy shit. I like how you even changed characters. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, he didn't change. He had Sabretooth originally sketched in here. But he straight up said, nah, Wanda. Mystique makes 1,000 times more sense anyway, I feel like. So much more traditional. Same with Sabretooth. To have Sabretooth kind of off makes sense because he's eyeing up Wolverine. So it's more of like Lady Deathstroke and Omega Red. And like, so it's more of like his villains in a way, directly. Having Venom in there would seem weird though. Just because these are all mutants. And then Venom. I like it. I like the way Scott actually pops. Do we see like the colors here? The way he's got a thin black. So we've got this like shadow area, right? And Scott has a really strong black outline then compared to everybody else. Even more so than Wolverine, it feels like. probably because of the color itself, since he's a darker color. But then he's the only one with like the glowy eyes, obviously. But it really helps him pop a lot, which is a good way of doing it. And I like that like Apocalypse back there is just like, I love that everyone's like lurching, doing their thing, but perfectly fitting to like poses. The fact that you've got Apocalypse just like, yeah, what up, B? And then same with Magneto. I like it. All right, all right, all right. Got some Thor. Yeah, I mean, nothing crazy to say about that. So, I mean, we could sit here for a while. These are a lot of different pieces. Alexander, did I say? Edward Petrovich. Ooh, is that a Dr. Jekyll? Is that a thing? Totally is, right? That's 100% Mr. Hyde, right? All right, onward to our other artist, which today is Sylvain Saral. This is just a really pretty render. Like, I looked at this and it made me feel like peaceful and calm. Like I said, the weather here in Chicagoland area has been getting better. Weird that like one day it was 40 and then the next day it was 70. So or it was vice versa. It was 70, then it went down to 40 the next day. So like I forced shorts and a hoodie for my walk, right? Like that's all I had, which was great. But then right after the next day, I had long socks, like the tall, like thick socks, right? Tall, thick socks, pants, sweatshirt, and then my like long winter jacket. Just because by the contrast of dropping that much, I was like, it's gonna be cold, even if it doesn't even, even if 40 used to not be too cold a few weeks ago. I feel it. Oh my gosh, I love the color usage at this. These are all so like, I love when environment work leans into saturation, right? Like, look at this. Look how saturated some of these colors still are. Even though this feels so... You look at it and your brain sees the clouds and it sees these mountains and it feels almost pretty desaturated, the vibe. But you look, these are some pretty saturated greens, some blues, the oranges all on these roofs. These dark blues, like... But then even more so than leaning into their fantasy energy here, obviously. Like look at these saturated colors. I love saturated environments. They just look so cool. Like obviously you look outside and usually what's like one of the most fun times that people are like, oh my gosh, the fall, well, Midwest area, the fall, because of the changing of the leaves and the colorful trees and stuff like that. So obviously we like colorful nature, right? We have flowers, we have all these things that we love. But yeah, so I feel like it's something that's, I feel like sometimes they don't lean heavily into the saturation, right? And this person definitely does. Holy crap. Talk about one I could just sit here for days looking at. Like we're scrolling back. Like this is almost, what's this, 10 years? What? It said 6 years, the other one, and then 3 years. I don't get how that worked. Maybe they've reposted stuff. Either way, this stuff is amazing. They've done so many fun Mario pieces. Look at this. Mario Kira. For Akira's iconic shot with the bike. Oh, I liked this a while ago, 4 years ago. I appreciate all their Dragon Ball stuff too. There's a hefty amount of Dragon Ball and Nintendo stuff. It's super fun. Like this looks like it was actually part of the movie, right? I had the pleasure of working on the environment concept art for the Mario movie. Okay, I was like, that is a legit shot of the movie, is it not? So they worked on the concept work for this, which makes perfect sense. You've got someone who does amazingly fun, clean, colorful environments. You put them to work on the Mario movie, which, side tangent, such a great movie, right? Like that could have been another flop like so many other video game things, but like wow, Sonic and Mario both just knocked it out of the park, thinking of like, two sides of the same coin kind of thing. Yeah, I look forward to more Mario. Like, I don't know if I don't remember if they announced plans for a new Mario movie. Will there be a Mario sequel? I have no clue. Don't mind me not able to spell sequel. I don't know why my brain kept hitting A. Okay, scheduled for next year, almost a year from today. Okay. Dope. That's crazy that like it came out a while ago, but then time. Holy crap. No, I do follow this person. That that is framed right there. Right there. Right when you walk in the in-game room. Right above the light switch. I absolutely love this so much. No wonder why this person seemed familiar. Right there. Right there. What a gorgeous piece. Framed for all to see. Perfect. Yeah, these environments. Look at this. These blues. Could heat it up. This is dope. The energy of this one. Like, because obviously they do characters pretty well, too. Like, a lot of their stuff has character. Like, they're not like this. I'm not like, wow, these are the greatest. But they know how to do characters pretty well. Speaking of, what is this ugly effer? Okay, so they worked on concept for this. I was like, this is a weird looking 3D render cockatrice ugly something or other. Where's Corsica? Oh, island in the Mediterranean, one of the 18 regions of France. I like how the very first picture genuinely has that energy. Like those colors are so green, that water is so blue. Oh my goodness. Man, that is stunning. I can see why you would want to paint some vibes of that if you had visited and traveled there. Where is this person from? They are from France anyway. Wow. Lucky. You don't live here in America. I already clicked follow, right? I did. Cool. Oh, and I apparently had clicked on another one of those. Anyway, that was a long time when we've only gone through 2 people's worth of art, which is fine. But that was, yeah, that was gorgeous. Those environments. Absolutely stunning. Something more simple now. I think that was a nice balance. Like really elaborate, gorgeous environment. And then this giant, chunky, cute T-Rex model from Alexandre Mounet. Mougenot. Where is he from? That helps. Alexandre Mounet. I don't know. From France as well. I apparently already follow him. Probably just because he did cute 3D stuff. Oh yeah. Not long ago we looked at the Raptor that had this very adorable like painterly quality. And we perused all of these things. I do recall. Grease penciled out of this one a bunch with Blender. Like I remember, but I don't remember some of these. But that could just be because I'm an idiot. Cute stuff. Yeah, we have looked at these, so I don't want to like overly look at these again. Just good. More examples of French really talented artists. Surprise. We've been working on the female figure, right? And now today I was going to do figure drawing. Obviously, it'll be both male and female. I'm just going to click the button that I've got with all my images loaded up. But yeah, I just saw this and it threw me off because like usually when we look at the female figure, like this girl has got like she's like 70% shoulder and chest. Even her waist is like non-existent, like literally non-existent because it's so thin. But it threw me off the proportions in an interesting way because I was like, oh, these have more traditional vibes, right? But this girl's shoulders and even her breast, like everything just looks like they took it and went, whoop, just distorted to make it real big. But I liked the exaggerated proportions of how they handled these legs. Like, obviously, we know most of these are S curves generally with like the way this motion of the leg goes and the way all of their legs really kind of intertwine. That was my main takeaway from this, was I really liked their legs. Like these really long legs. They looked cool. The curves read really well. I think if I were to pick one, this is definitely my favorite. This like black canary kind of energy. I like how the legs are just a gradient too. Like it alludes to some sort of heel, but we don't need to see it. That's not part of it, you know? Yeah, this one's just such a those hips. Those hips are smaller than her neck, which like this kind of looks not normal, but like cartoon normal. Because the shoulders are somewhat, I don't want to use in proportion because that's not the word, given the context of the extreme nature of this, but either way, these are cool. Usually when I click on this and then I go to click on the person's page, I'm always nervous that it's going to be like straight boobies though, because I didn't click on it before and I'm worried I'm going to like click on it and it's just going to be like right on Twitch, just nipples. Luckily that's not the case, and I'm pleasantly surprised with all of this. Oh, give them a follow right away. They've got a lot of fantasy stuff, very stylized. There's a lot of stuff here. The Viking warrior. Ooh, I like seeing okay, so this is an interesting thing. We talk about how people like how they grow into their own vibes, right? Or like you grow up like how they sketch, how they think. Look at that. This person thinks very much like a traditional inker, like very heavy blocking in like this. I like that way of like those sketches. Like when I see rough sketches, these are some of my favorite to see. Like this type of vibe. And the way that they do their passes, they do the extreme black. Or was this ambient occlusion blacks maybe? Okay, so they do ambient occlusion. Looks like generally like notable ambient occlusion, then cast shadows, then flat colors, then highlights. I like it. Talk about strange proportions. This fella's got something going on with his legs too. Not as much a fan of that one as the other ones, but still cool. And then a whole set of characters. This one's cute. This female. Dude's weird. I don't like that he's like doing this little energy thing right at his penis. And it's just like this weird symbol right at his groin. Kind of weird looking. Weird energy peepees. Dang it, I was hoping this had a name because I don't know who this character is. It looks like someone I should know. Like he almost looks like Ken. Or someone from King of Fighters. There's no translation, seriously? How do you translate? No, translate this for me. What does this mean? Chinese, right? Chinese to English? I'm assuming this is Chinese because the person's from China. What? No, that's my Twitch link. How the King of Fighters. I was right. Okay. Sorry. I just needed to be correct. And you know what? I was. So this is the last one I had is Hong Sung Sang. They I know we've put them on stream before because they are amazing. And I'm never not going to put them on stream when I see some of their stuff. One of my favorite artists when I was younger like growing up, they inspired the ever living poop out of me. They're from South Korea, and like their stuff, we can scroll for days, like literally days. Um, this is 10 years ago, some of their stuff, and it like you can still keep scrolling. Oh no, that is the end. Never mind. 10 years ago they started here at least, on ArtStation. So when I say younger, I mean like when I was getting my master's. I stumbled on this artist, and just fell in love. Like, Wicked's been popular lately. Here's an old Elphaba they did. Adorable. But like, their ability to capture these moments. So like, let's scroll up and you can see the energy of some of these characters. Like the one we were just looking at, right? This one with Zoro, like such a moment, right? You can feel the energy. You can feel this girl's personality. You can feel the suaveness of Zoro. Like, these cute little Harry Potter ones, not only are they fun stylistically, but like, look at these. Look at these little faces. Adorable. But yeah, such a fun use always of, like, I love the way that they do, like, usually really big hair when they do big hair. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, they do normal hair, but like their big hair in different ways is so fun. And their use of colors are always on point. Like, if we look here, we don't see, like, talking about like nice saturated colors, we don't see a whole lot of like drab look, you know, like even like something like this, like these colors still pop, right? Choosing this nice purple and these like little bits that still have energy to them. Yeah, every time I see their stuff, I always am very excited to just click on it again, knowing full well, like I'll usually be scrolling when I'm scrolling through looking for people's stuff to look at. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So embarrassingly, one of my I took this picture when I was first learning 3D, and I said, I'm going to make this. As a beginner artist, I said, I'm going to make this. Who didn't really know 3D well and was trying to learn texturing and you know how bad this turned out? Real bad. I don't think I have images of it online anywhere. And I'm trying to think of where. I think I scrubbed the internet of them. Unless here, hold on. They were bad though. Like, I scrubbed the internet for a reason because they were hideous. I remember it started off strong. Like, the dog or wolf looked pretty cute, right? And then the girl, I did not know how to make the girl's face properly. Like, it was horrifying. Oh, it was so embarrassing. But again, we all learn, we grow. Obviously, that was a very early piece of mine that I tried. And it was a failure, but you know, I bit off a lot with that piece for being like, I'm new. I'm going to make something cool. Yeah, the girls, oh, these are so bad. Okay. So it is on Facebook, I found them, of all places. So I was trying to learn hair, right? And I think the hair didn't look bad. I think I did a good job with the hair. I tried to do the eyeballs, right? So I tried to figure out how to do eyeballs. I think the eyeball looked okay, but wrong for this. That is a playful, cute eyeball, and I made this horrifying, realistic eyeball. What in the ever-living hell is this monstrosity? Looking back, I can completely see all of the reasons why this face is so bad. Like, horrible. But a beginner of Britton had I didn't know what I was doing. I was struggling, man. And that is horrifying. Like, absolutely horrifying. The dog turned out kind of cute. Or the wolf. So I got the energy of the wolf, right? The pose. And I tried to figure out how to do fur here then too. So I was like, you know what? I'm going big. I'm going to learn all the things. So I tried to learn the hair and the fur. I was biting off a lot. It kind of looks horrifying. Again, these eyes, wrong style. And then the final renders. Look, what the that is so scary. Oh, Britton. early, Britton. That's bad. Even the wolf isn't great. But the hair turned out kind of cute, no? That braid and the flowiness, I think the hair turned out okay for a first attempt at hair. I was happy with the hair. And albeit the fur, the dog's face, the mouth, and the eyes, which is kind of like the takeaway of all of this. Mouth and eyes. I apparently did not know how to do them in 3D yet. But we're here now, and I'm not even doing 3D. But we're getting there, right? That was really, for those of you that actually saw that just now, I apologize. I do okay things now. I promise. That is not one of them. I feel like I need to like balance the scales then. Where's something cooler that I've done in 3D? Quick, stat. Let's look at He-Man. He's one of my favorites. See, look, I learned how to make faces. I swear, I'm not a monster. Or some environment stuff. I don't know why. One of the most, I should get like a good render of this. One of the weirdly, like, so when you work on environments, you end up doing a lot of crap, right? Like I cannot tell you over the, like how many props I ended up making, right? Doing environments both for this game and then for the Olympics game and stuff. Like I've done so many props. For some reason, some stick with your head, right? Like they just like, I don't know why, like couldn't care less about like these big vehicles. I couldn't post this for the longest time because it was under NDA. So that's why I just had these guys here. But like, because this level hadn't been released yet. Which even still, this is a terrible render of this level. But like certain pieces stick with you, right? Like I really liked making this boat. This boat was fun. And this giant garbage pile and all this stuff. I love making these trees. Obviously, like all of these different pieces. There's something weirdly that this couch, this single couch right here, is my favorite thing I did at Enway. I don't know why. It doesn't look like amazing, right? It's just a freaking couch. But like, I did it in like literally like maybe a day. I just pumped this couch out. It was quick as hell. But it was like, you know how some things just look and feel like it was weirdly pleasing to make? There was something really fun about like quick sculpting this beat up lumpy couch that looked like it had been sit on for a billion years and was like flattened, and they literally just put tape on it and had stains, and like you had like the little bit of, again, it's hard to see. I need a better render of just the couch, but like you can kind of see like right here, there's like the underbelly, like the inner stuffing kind of showing even. I don't know why, of all the dumb things I had made, I really liked that couch. It was a good couch. So one of my buddies, he's getting a new couch, and we've joked because he's not a, he doesn't emote that much, our buddy. Like he does. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's not like, whoa, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Can you believe this is going to happen? He's sometimes very like, this is what's happening. And like, it's a super cool thing. He's like, yeah, it was pretty dope. It was really good. He'll get excited sometimes, not to like dismiss him entirely, but like he got super excited one day to tell us about a new couch he was getting. But it was like super him excited. It was, I don't know. So we've been poking fun at it a long time. I was like, yeah, man, but it's no new couch. But yeah, cool stuff. So I have a new way of doing stuff here today, right? We were going to do some figure drawing. But first, I wanted to look at one thing. Bear with me. It's Marvel Rivals again. But I wanted to see, they dropped the new skins, right? And I want to see them. It's art related. Okay? We're counting it because I want to see it. It's the new Loki skin. And as someone who loves playing Loki. Oh no, my face is gone on this one. Come back. Okay. Gonna quickly look at this. While this is loading, I'm gonna switch over my coffee to my water. Where did my camera go again? Why does it keep turning off? Weird. I need to figure that out. Wonder if it comes with that last update. Okay, so it's 2 new skins. I just wanted to take a peek, right? Let's turn off the audio though for this on my end. It's really loud. Or just crank it. Ooh, I got a free roll. Did I get something good? Nope. Maybe. Ooh, yeah. Monies. Is it? What? It said it was today. No. Oh, is it at night? Really? I got all excited. That is disappointing. Marvel Rivals Loki. President. Sorry. What is UTC? It says it's available 2 o'clock. UTC to Central. Coordinated Universal Time is 5 hours ahead of Central Time. So that's tonight, isn't it? So it's 2. Wait, what's I'm having a hard time today. What is today? Oh, fart. It's never mind. Don't look at me. It's tomorrow. It's this, for the record. The President Loki skin. But, you know, mistakes were made. Dang it, I was super excited to get this skin today. The presidential attire. Oh well. I thought we could look at it. But it's March 14th. 2 o'clock. So if that, I wonder if that means AM though. Is that AM? I don't know when these when these go live. So it's 2 o'clock AM and they're 5 hours ahead, right? Does that mean it's 10 o'clock? Like 10 p.m. So it would be tonight technically? Or is it 2 p.m.? I don't know what 2 means. Okay, well, that was a waste. My bad. Get out of here. Nobody needs to see Marvel Rivals anymore. So, let's get some music. I don't want this one. I lied. We're going to this one. This is a Nintendo-based one, this playlist. Okay, cool. So, what I was going to say is today, I've been trying to learn to draw, right? Professional artists learning to draw, right? That's how we do it. We never know, and we're constantly learning, right? And as I showed you, I'm actually a 3D artist by trade. I just like to do 2D stuff. But so what I wanted to do, I've been wanting for the longest time to set up like a figure drawing stuff in the morning. I started making that a habit for me myself to do those in the morning in the office, right? In the other room. With my wonderful standing desk and massive Cintiq, but yet here we are relegated to the game room with this cheap Amazon sitting only desk and an iPad. You know, different rooms, different vibes. But, oh gosh, don't mind me. I was trying to figure out, one, I wanted to get the software over here on this PC then, that I use. And then I also needed to move over all like 80 gigs or whatever of figure drawing images I've accrued over the years. So I'll always support and buy like cool, you know, cool picture packs and all these kind of things. So I've got a lot. But the problem is there's a lot of boobies. Right? And if this is going on YouTube, see the problem, right? Can't have them boobies. So instead, I was trying to think, is it going to be okay if I show stuff that doesn't have me actually showing the source, right? So I'm just going to try and see if I can get some figure drawing in where I see the images, right? So you know how I just turn off my my other display sometimes when I'm doing my iPad stuff? I was gonna try and do that. We'll see if that works. Because like right here, right, I just, boop, now the display is gone. Now it's just the random background of mine. So if it seems weird, I might change the way I do things. I have my folders organized by nude or clothed or this or that, right? So I prefer drawing the nude figure when I'm doing like straight up figure drawing. The thing is with the nude figure drawing, they're not all like nude, right? A lot of them actually have like underwear on, but it's just nude colored. And so if that is the case, that I want to show those on stream then so we can both do it together, right? If you guys wanted, I might have to go through and reorganize all of my pictures. Because like I said, I've got almost, I think it's over 70. I said 80, but I think it was like 75 gigs worth of pictures that I wanted, that I use for my figure drawing stuff that I've accrued. Or my gesture drawing, figure drawing, whatever wording you choose. I will show, this is the software. It's just called gesture drawing. You can get it on cubebrush.com. It's simple. You can set it to, like, you can set up however you want it. Usually I just do like 5 or 10 minute things and I make my own calls. We'll see though. And then you can just pick folders, right? And so you can see here, I have them structured in such a way that I've got like clothed, expressions, miscellaneous, nude, and then even from nude, I have female, male, male, female, or then like heavy perspective. The clothed then is by like individual session. So you've got like, oh, these are folders, so you can't see the individual pictures anyway. But like the model's name or maybe what they're doing and stuff like that. So it's pretty organized, I think. Miscellaneous has like a big cloak, firefighters, hands, bugs, shoes, feet. Like expressions are a lot of, I have separated by male or female expressions. I love all my figure drawing stuff, and I haven't been utilizing them in a while. So I figured this is the perfect time to do so. But again, it's weird, the idea of doing this and you guys can't see it. So we'll see. I'm gonna try the nude one. And like how it works is you just click on, so like I'll just click on like, I'll just click nude, right? You select the folder and now it shows like, hey, you have 10,000 images within 67 subfolders within this. And I can set my timer, how I want to do it. You can add other folders, you can clear it. Unfortunately, you can't save like playlists, if you will. Other apps allow you to do that, but this one doesn't for some reason, which is a bummer. But this is also one of the most simplified good ones that can utilize any of your own images like this. So it's a gamble, but I mean, it's not the worst. But now you can see it, right? But anyway, so I didn't really, if we're going to do like a recap of the other day then, I had messed around. So we had broken down their style, right? We did a lot of these paintings like this, you know, like just understanding how they use color. Like this. I think we did an okay job. And I said, I'm going to try and adopt this. And so I went through to my old Malice piece and just started kind of playing with it. And I still don't like the way I'm doing it here. But it's a process, right? I'm trying to adapt it to my own. And so what I did do then, though, is I actually went through, for those following at home, you know, I've got all my old, I've gotten so many different brush sets that I've made myself or bought, and then I'll adjust them. And so like I used to have Britton's go-to 1, and Britton's go, like I changed it over time. And then I made this one, which was the one I had been using for the longest time, but it kept getting messy. And so I said, screw it. I'm just cleaning it up. So I've got sketching, a dynamic fill brush where it changes color slightly, a fill with pressure size so I can get like corners nicely. 2 different gouache brushes that like just work well. A nice liner that I've made. A basic soft and a basic hard. 3 different type of smudges. A nice edge control for gradients. Good texture piece. And then these are like for more like intense comic-y rendery things that I usually don't use, but I really like them. I think it's based off of like the old syrup brushes that are found within Procreate, and then I just tweak them to the way I want it. But anyway, so I tried that, and then this was the Daredevil that I said I sketched real quick. Like, super messy, right? It was just a garbagey kind of sketch, which looking at this now, already I see. I'm going to come back to this drawing like I always do one day. Let's arc that foot a little more, or the leg. But yeah, so maybe I'll finish this. This will be maybe a base for a sketch later. My thing is I keep drawing people, and by people, I keep drawing ladies. And I like drawing other things. Like, I really enjoy drawing Magneto, or Jeff, or Reed, or The Thing. Like, I'm trying to learn how to draw women better, but I also need to stick to my beefy bros, too. Giggity. Anyway, let's start a new one. I like to just do my 11 by 17. We've got our sketching brush. And I think we should be good then, right? And by good, I mean it's 11:30, which means a piece of chocolate break. I've earned this. And so have you. If you have a piece of chocolate nearby, go ahead. Take a bite. And this one says, find luxury in your purpose. My purpose right now is to eat Dove chocolate. And it's okay. You might be eating milk chocolate and you might think it's normal, and that's okay. It's not. You're a monster. But it's okay. Dark chocolate is the greatest of all chocolates. And I will fight you on that. Okay. So I'm going to set these to short ones right now. 2 minutes just to warm up. Normally, we even do shorter ones. Yeah, let's do minute, right? Like hella quick, just rough. I haven't done figure drawing now in quite a while, so bear with me. It's going to be a tedious process of getting back on the swing of things. But yeah, so for those that don't know, normally with figure drawing, a lot of classes you go to, they'll have timed poses. And normally, it's like the first 15 minutes of a session might be like, oh, these are all minute poses. We're going to do 15 1-minute poses. And then the next 10 minutes are 2 5-minute poses, right? And then we'll do maybe a 45-minute pose at the end, or a half-hour pose, or, you know, something like that. So usually it like builds up to doing one bigger one then. But not always. It depends on who's running it and who the model is, how they're doing stuff. It's always variable. But that's kind of how figure drawing has gone in all of my sessions that I've been to, which has been many, many, many over the years, and almost none in recent years. I've always tried to look for figure drawing sessions, but not too many around me here in the city. Okay, so again, bear with me. Not only am I rusty, but I'm trying to get back in the swing of. So for these super short ones, I am right now just like straight up getting block-ins just for my own sake of trying to get used to it. Again, this seems weird that you guys can't see them, but again, like this is a prime example of this woman's boobies straight up right in your face. That said, I love this art, this model, because they're just strong as hell. They are like such a strong looking woman. And by strong looking, I mean they are such a strong woman. They're friggin' beefy as hell. But yeah, this is rough. Holy cow, Britton. No, I am so bad at these. I can't even. Oh no, let's get a block in for the chest. Oh no. Oh no, chat. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know. I'm exposed. He's a fraud. It's weird this software doesn't show the timer in a nice spot though. I just realized that because I haven't used this one too much for like ever like using it for quick sessions like this. I had only done it for like longer ones when I had found this software. But I don't like that I can't see. I like knowing how much time I have left. And definitely don't have that. Like it is all black, the screen, and then there's a tiny little white number, like size 3 font up on the top corner. So again, the hope is that I get faster with this then, or better, because yeah, this has been a long time since I've done any sort of figure drawing. But you guys can feel at home if you're also not doing great when you do it, because you can be like, wow, look at this guy. He's even drawn monster aliens that are supposed to be real people. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This guy's holding a massive gun, by the way. So, like, I didn't really feel like drawing a huge gun right now. A huge gun here. I'm not gonna lie, normally I have a hard time. Like, you know, when I'm drawing, I get like in the zone and it's harder to talk, right? Figure drawing? Ooh-wee. Especially these quick ones. This is gonna be a hard one to get used to, like, figure drawing and speaking. But I think that's, again, that's a good challenge. Like, so I talk a lot, right? Spoilers. And I used to go for runs when I was younger all the time. Like I absolutely loved running. I injured my knee pretty badly in college, so I kind of unfortunately hadn't been able to after college. Like because it was, oh, hold on, I need to gotta ban some people. Ban. But like in college, when I injured it, it was bad. And I kept trying to keep running on it, and it eventually got a little better. I'm not saying it stayed horrible, but like compared to what I used to be able to do, my right knee now, when I continue to do like long runs, the problem was usually it's like, hey, if I have any slight discrepancy in my form, I'm going to get hurt. My knee is going to lock up. And that's kind of what happens then. So it's like I can run with perfect form on a treadmill in an ideal scenario if I'm super conscious of my posture and of my form, right? Because I remember then when I lived Up north, I worked on building back up my knee strength to go for a long run. And the longest run I was able to go back for was 12 miles, which was a lot, but also still not enough compared to what I used to be able to do. So it was fine. But now, realistically, like if I'm not actively training that, like my knees, it'll lock up usually within the as soon as mile 2 starts. If my knee's not completely locked up, it's a miracle. But, you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles of getting old. But also that was just, like I said, a pretty bad injury. My knee bent, for the record, the other direction. The injury that happened, it bent sideways, like a hard sideways. And yeah. Anyway, that was fun, right? But what I was getting at is that I still have really good cardiovascular strength, right? And so my cardiovascular strength, part of it, when I first started dating my girlfriend, she told me apparently after the fact that she had a hard time keeping up when we'd go on walks because I walk at quite a brisk pace, but I also talk while I'm walking the whole time, right? Like that's my time to be like, hey, I'm going to fill this walk with a whole ass conversation. Like super, whether I'm like recapping a show or talking about family stuff or all these different things, right? And so I'm walking at my brisk pace while still talking the whole time. And that's just normal for me, right? But for her, apparently, she's gotten a lot better now over the years. I've been with her for almost 5 years now. But like, I didn't realize that apparently she told me like, yeah, that killed me when we first started dating, that you were able to talk so much while still walking so quickly. And so the point of that story is that like here with figure drawing, right? This gesture drawing, trying to pump these out while still speaking, right? It's a skill set in its own to be able to think in 2 different ways at the same time, right? Or 2 different activities, but usually it strengthens the other thing. And that's what I was getting at, is that like, so if I'm going for a long walk and yet I'm speaking the whole time, right? I'm using my cardiovascular strength to do both things, right? I'm speaking and I'm walking. So I'm using my lungs and my heart a bunch, right? They're getting strengthened by doing the 2 things at the same time, which means that's why I'm pretty good at talking and my cardio strength is pretty great too. Pretty good. I wouldn't say great. It's pretty good for my age. I'll take it. For my age and my injuries, I'll say it's pretty solid. But what I'm getting at then is I would hope then doing this type of stuff is the same way, right? I'm talking while doing a whole other mindset of things, right? I'm trying to speak while drawing, but not just drawing and thinking out the thoughts. I'm giving myself a minute each pose to quickly block in the gesture of this, right? So can I get better at speaking and thinking of things and communicating and articulating my thoughts while doing this? That would hopefully, right? The goal would be that I get better at the figure drawing then, because it becomes almost like a subconscious thing, right? So I'm doing both at the same time. Again, that, however, will take time because this isn't not going great, and that's okay. I'm actually gonna, so I like these like little, so when I make them really small like this, these are all one layer. So I'm gonna, just for saving space, I kind of like making them hella small like this because the pencil itself forces it to be like chunky, right? So let's grab these couple early ones. Whatever. We're just gonna delete these top ones, doesn't matter. Is this all the same layer? let's just erase it. So we're gonna fill, or can we just grab it? Whatever. It just looks weird when I shrink it then, because it's like too thin. The lines, they don't match how thick everything else is, but it's okay. I'm just trying to fill the page, then essentially. So I like this idea of going real small, because if you notice the pencil that I work with, then it doesn't get pixelated, but like the smaller you get, obviously I can change the size of the pencil, but I kind of like the constraint of saying, hey, make it smaller, right? And then draw that way. I think that's a good like mental constraint for me to work with. I think so. All right. Like I said, this is learning the whole time. We'll be figuring out how I want to do all of these moving forward. But anyway, are we back on the right layer? Cool. Oh, I already hit. It's already playing back. Crap. Well, I guess we're cooking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what I will do is go through and I'm going to have to figure out ways to get rid of the super nude images. Because I feel like this is not as effective, like drawing stuff that can't be, like, especially for these quick minute long ones, because you can't even see it. So it feels very strange to me. Like if I were on the viewing end, right? Like if I was viewing, I would want to see what's happening. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Like for the longer poses, I feel like it wouldn't be as bad. But for short poses like this, I feel like you just don't see what's happening. I'm not gonna lie, my brain is still mad about, like, I gaslit myself. Like I wanted that President Loki skin. I was super jazzed to see it, which is so silly. That's like the gameplay doesn't change. You're just using a different skin. Like I don't know, but like I've been playing Loki since the game came out. Like he was my first character I gravitated towards, and I still play as him. Like he's super fun. Um, he's not like a traditional healer in the game, and that's why I like him. And but no, so it's like one of those things where like a new skin is dope. It's something different, at least to an extent. Because when the game came out, the only outfit we had for him that was like noticeably different was the MCU version, where it's like him at the very end of season 2, where he's got like the huge horns and the all green like cloak kind of thing, which looked cool, but it wasn't like my favorite. I liked his loafers, but like I knew the President Loki was coming because he was part of the beta, so his skin was in the game already previously. And so I was like, no, I want that when he comes out. Like, you know what I mean? Like I know I'm going to be getting that one. So why do anything else? And I'm glad he's finally coming out, but it took a while. it is funny that like when I was younger, you would get excited for new games, right? Like a whole new game, you're super excited. And yet nowadays we've been so trained that like, yeah. I only play a couple games. You're giving me a new skin? Like in the reality, like if I was younger, like if you told me that when I was like 13, that like, hey man, you're not going to get excited about new games as much, but you're going to be so stoked when you can look a different way playing as the game you play every night anyway with your friends. Like, I'd be like, yeah, but where's the new game? No, Britton. You look different. You don't and you're going to pay money to look different. Oh, okay, I guess. The horse armor. For those that don't know the horse armor, when DLC, downloadable content, first came out, Elder Scrolls, the big RPG, released literally, it was armor for your horse. It was a cosmetic piece of armor that when you played, your horse had a different look. That was it. That was the very first real thing of cosmetic DLC. And the world blew up at the thought of that. We were all, it was a joke. It was a meme. The idea, well, before memes like existed in the same capacity, but like nobody took it seriously. They were like, who the hell is gonna buy horse armor? Like, I paused the drawing for a second because I'm ranting. Who's gonna buy horse armor? Like, you're gonna spend $2 or whatever it was. It was like Xbox at the time. I can't remember what the how they did it. They had like Microsoft points or whatever, I think it was at that point still. But like, who's gonna do that? What a mockery of the system, right? That's what we thought. What a mockery. And yet every game now, it's like pre-order now for horse armor. Spend an extra $30 on the limited edition for horse armor. Like, oh, what have we become? This is just the normal now. We just horse armor for days. Like what used to be the thought of never is now how games exist, which is rough. And to its credit, like the monetization aspect of a free-to-play game, it's a necessary evil, and I respect the need of it. But it's hard not to look at that. This looks ugly. I don't know why I paused it right here to keep ranting. I should just, okay. Oh God, we thought they were just horsing around. We did think they were just horsing around, and yet what a sad reality it really was. And it's weird because then I get like, in my head, I'm like, this is the worst timeline. And like you could argue it's the worst timeline for games right now because of the industry and AI and many other things. And the corporatization of video games and greed. But you know, that's just the world. But it's weird because I do understand it's a necessary thing, right? We do live in an age where we have live service games. And should all games be live service? No, absolutely not. That's a problem. But the idea of paying for a game over time through updates that are free by wanting to support it. I don't know what this drawing was of this poor woman. I'm just going to shrink her really little. Whoop. We don't even need to see this one. She goes away. New one. Like I said, this is really hard to try and do like 1 minute gesture drawings while talking. But yeah, I don't know if it's I'm always torn on it because then we get stuff like Fortnite now trying to sell us shoes, right? And it's like, okay, but have we come too far now, right? There's a limit of where we deem acceptable, but just like the horse armor, is it a moving scale, right? Will we become normalized to it, right? Shoes are now like kicks in Fortnite, right? Kicks are the horse armor. It's like, whoa, that's too far. Like, you can't do that. But like horse armor became normal, right? So what's to stop kicks? You know, a couple years from now, will it be normal for games to sell us shoes for our characters? that we barely even see because it's a third-person shooting game where you never even see the shoes? Possibly. Which is a weird thought, the idea of like, oh yeah, it just becomes the new normal. What was crazy becomes new normal. Man, holy F, some of these drawings, when I'm quickly sketching these in this short time period. It is very weird to do this, you guys. If you've never tried to do 1 minute gesture drawing while speaking, like a full communication, I dare you to try it. And then you'll be like, wow, that makes sense why he's fumbling so much. Both visually in the drawing and audibly in his ability to communicate with us. Oh, man. I actually am just, I liked this pose. I'm weirdly just taking an extra second. I'm just skipping the next pose that's there. I'm just drawing from memory the vibe of this one just because I thought this was cool. This weird double handy gun boy. Draw a little guy here. Let's skip to the next picture because I'm that weird. But yeah, that said, all that ranting aside, yeah, give me my President Loki, so I can spend. Was it going to be probably like $8 realistically? Like it's always weird too because they get you with these stupid conversions. Like, but if you buy the $100 pack of money, you actually get this amount of money for however much. Yeah, like everything is variable, and it makes it so hard to internalize mentally how much money you're spending in the moment, right? When you make a decision to buy a skin or buy a pair of shoes or whatever it might be, right? They've made it purposely hard for our brain to acknowledge truly how much money in that decision is being spent, right? Like, obviously, we know you commit, like, I'm committing to buy this $100 pack. But then after the fact, you don't know how much you're spending of that, right? Like, how much is the $100 being spent on this one skin? And, like, yes, you can think it through and do the math if you want. No one's doing the math. Like, you kind of do. But then the way we do things in life, we rationalize everything anyway. So if in our head we did the math and it's like, oh, it's about $3. But I can guarantee when you said it's about $3, it was probably $3.50 or something. You know what I mean? Like we're probably rounding, right? And if you just keep doing that, it's like it gets further and further from the truth. I know because I do it. We've all done it, I feel like, when it comes to content like that. And it's just a scary thought then, like, damn, how much are we actually spending? The amount of money I spend on new games versus just pumping money into old games now. Very, very different. So I think what I'm going to do too, like, so I did my first minutes, right? We had a lot of these minute drawings. I'm going to extend some of these to be like 2 minutes now in a second. I think I just want to, because like this, like the last couple poses, I actually liked the energy of, obviously when you're working with tens of thousands of images, not all of them like vibe with you, but some of these have been. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could draw just a second more of this, you know, to flush it out a little more cleanly. It's definitely, I like doing this too. I feel like this is working well. The idea of having like, this brush is pretty thick because I've zoomed in to such an extent. Like it feels like I'm using like a really soft pencil then. So it's like using like a, like it's like I went to figure drawing with like a piece of charcoal or like a 2B or something, and I'm just kind of chunking pieces. Yeah, on Fortnite, there's a way I've seen people on like Reddit and stuff. They will like have a thing like, look how much my collection is worth. And that's cool and all, but that means they had to put everything in. I thought it was like an automated system that like read your account and saw how much. And I was like, that's a scary thing. I don't know if I want to look at that. And then I looked at it and I was like, not only is it a scary thing to have the game tell you how much you put in, but I actually have to do the legwork. No, thanks. Never mind. I'm not going to put in legwork to be upset knowing how much I've spent over 8 years. F that noise. Okay, so how do I switch the time of these? I don't know. I think I just have to reset it. Okay. The 2 minutes now, right? I think that's how this works. I think so. Okay. Looks like it's working. Okay, so there's a handful of mess of drawing as I was talking. So I'm just gonna like, I think what an interesting thing is like, I don't even see these pictures anymore, obviously, but like just trying to like fudge in a little bit of what was versus what my brain would think it would be then now. Which is kind of the point of the practice, right? Is to be able to understand the form, but then also kind of be able to quickly get that information down yourself without the need necessarily every time for reference. Oy, oy, oy. This is something, fellas. Yeah. Okay. Back to the actual 2-minute drawings. But not before I get some water. Ah, poop. We've had quite a bit of medical things going on with my family, unfortunately. And I had my aunt my grandma's been having a hard time with some stuff. And so is my aunt. And my aunt was actually off in a different state trying to get stuff situated and for some stuff she needs done now. But she just texted that unfortunately they weren't able to schedule anything until May. So that's a super bummer that she was hoping to get stuff squared away sooner, but that's rough. Medical stuff sucks. Ooh, whose idea was this to do figure drawing while trying to speak and then not being embarrassed at? I feel like figure drawing, especially since I've not done it in forever, this looks so like the process is so hideous that I feel even more embarrassed, and yet I'm trying to talk, which makes me worse at it. Oh yeah. Yeah, thanks. It's like medical stuff is just such a rough thing that there's no, unfortunately, it always sucks. Even when it's like, quote unquote, going well, it's usually still not ideal because got grandma currently with chemo right now, and then my aunt has also similar problems, but they can't even get her in to get, so it's just a lot of stuff. Never fun. And then you've got me, who I still even have, like, my insurance is all out of whack thanks to good old President Musk. So that's always fun. Somehow this was a 2-minute drawing, and this looked like it was a shorter drawing than all the others, even, because I just don't know what I was doing. Fuck. Oy, oy, oy. think I need a new nib on this pen. You can hear, like, when you hear it, like, it doesn't actually look too bad. Honestly, I think what I need is I use the paper-like screen protector. And it's funny that, like, when you see it in the light, like the iPad itself with it off in the light, the center part where obviously I'm drawing and making contact all the time is just gone. Like, you can see it, like, any texture is just completely obliterated from it. And so I really need to put a new one on. I have new ones. I get them in like 2 packs, I think they come in. And so I think I still have one more to use. I just hate putting on any sort of screen protector. It's the worst thing in the world. I don't know how we can have evolved technologically as a society, and yet putting on screen protectors still doesn't feel good. Like, I don't understand it. Can we get better, please? Especially on an iPad, where it's like a huge thing, you know, and I don't want a bubble. I don't want any of that crap. So it's like, eesh, I'm more anal about it. Okay. Apparently I bought, like, because it's usually like props, right? Like a lot of these art packs, like, you know, will have props to go with their poses. This is the second one where it's like a dude with just a big old gun. Like, I know I had some with like swords and stuff like that, but again, it's been a while since I've looked at all these. And I used to just buy packs from, like, you know, the different artists that, you know, there's even companies now that just put them out. It used to be just like from little Ko-Fi pages and stuff, but now there's quite a few. And so I've got, like, I don't even remember all the ones I have, you know, when you just accrue them over time, like, oh, yeah, this is a $5 pack, a $20 pack. You know, I'll just usually get ones that look interesting. And so I don't even know what half of these, which is good. That's the point. You want them to always be different. Like this one, I'm not drawing it right now, but this is a massive gun. Like comically large, like a video gamey kind of like Gatling gun large. He's holding, like, resting on his shoulders. But like these, they're like, again, I don't have these on because I need to like go through them. But like these are nude, but like not nipple nude or wiener nude. Like, you can still get the form because they have underwear and stuff on. So I think, again, it's going to be a pain in my rear to try and go through all of these and figure out which ones and like reorganize them to be like underwear nude versus like nudie, you know? Because like this one, boom, it's a woman with a nipple ring and her butt hanging out. Like, that's pretty nude compared to dude with underwear. Like, she's got a huge axe right here is what she's holding. Interestingly enough, not a giant gun. Man, I remember, like I said, I used to do figure drawing like growing up, like in college time, all the time. I loved doing figure drawing. So like I took multiple figure drawing classes. Like I went to school for biology, but I ended up going for like every figure drawing session they had at my school. There was figure drawing sessions at night, and then they had classes that were figure drawing, and I was like, yep, this is my jam always. And then after school, after I graduated, I feel like I never did that as much because where I got my master's, they didn't have any, which I think was stupid. I went to school for animation. I really wish that school had more in way of figure drawing stuff, and they did, but it was always more in the morning. I just wish they had more nighttime stuff because when I got my, my higher degree or whatever you call the master's, whatever, it was at night because I was working full time, and then I went to school full time at night. And so I couldn't take morning classes because I was at work. So yes, figure drawing classes were there, I guess, but just not accessible to me, unfortunately. This one is weird. I don't know what I'm doing. I remember I still tried to go to a couple like in the community like that I had found, but they were few and far between, unfortunately. And then in one summer, I enrolled in like the college, like a community college, because they had a figure drawing class. So I literally enrolled in the school just to be able to take the figure drawing class. And then that figure drawing class, even though I was enrolled, it didn't work for some reason. Like their computer system was borked, and it never allowed me to join, even though it was super weird. It was really borked. And the teacher there, I explained to him, I was like, hey man, I haven't been able to figure this out, why this is happening this way, but I tried to enroll. It's not letting me. I've been, accepted, blah, 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 blah. And I told him, I was like, I don't need a grade. I'm not trying to get a grade here. I don't need this class. I want to be here to draw. Like, that's it. And he's like, oh, well, just keep coming. He's like, he's like, if you just keep coming, don't worry about it. Just keep coming to class. And he's like, I won't maybe give you as much in-depth of feedback if you don't mind, because I need to focus on the people who are actually getting graded. But like, if you just want to be here, man, just keep coming then. And I was like, that is the coolest guy. Like, I was so stoked that he was so chill about it, because I didn't even have to pay for it then. Like, because it wasn't on the books, right? He just let me come in and draw with everybody. I wasn't part of the attendance, wasn't part of anything. But I was able to chill there and just draw. That was a fun time. For free? Ooh, so I have like hands, right? I wonder if I do like, that would be a rough one, doing gesture drawing for hands. Like, that would actually be kind of cool. I have an entire hands folder. I don't know what I just did to this guy's poor head. His schnoggin. But yeah, moral of the story is I miss figure drawing. Like live. Like drawing these pictures is cool. There's something different about the energy, even of just being around other artists. But then also the live model is very different than just drawing pictures. You can walk around. I can't walk around on this picture, right? The picture, what I see is what I see kind of thing. There's no extra information. There's no understanding the form better in 3D. Like, it's just the shapes that I see, which again have merit in their own right. But even a video, I feel like, would be a little bit better because you have a little bit more movement. It feels more alive. But alas, there's not many, like I said, figure drawing classes or sessions within so there are but they're hella far. Like, because I live outside the city, And so like taking a class or going to a session at like 7 p.m. where I have to drive into Chicago directly, that's a long time. You know what I mean? Like the city sucks for traffic at that time. And so if I have to drive like what's normally like a 40-minute drive, but now I have to drive like an hour in to the city for a thing that I won't be home. You know, I don't know. It's not that I can't, right? Like with everything, I always talk about that. Like you can do whatever you want, right? It's do you want to make the time for it? Because if you truly, truly care, I mean, given certain, you know, obviously there's some, barring some situations, but like usually in life, if you genuinely want to make time for a thing, you probably can. It's just you clearly don't care enough, right? Like it's our priorities, right? We have priorities. Like I make time to go to the gym every night. If I chose not to do that, yes, I would then have an extra 2 hours every night to do stuff. But that is my choice, right? Because it's a priority. If I want to go to bed early, that means I can't stay up and play a game. If I, you know, like everything just has give and take. So usually, obviously, there's some people that have their schedules butt blasted, and I understand that. Like there are some scenarios where it's a little easier said than done. But usually I feel like it's just, no, you don't care enough to make the time. It's not that you cannot, it's that you just don't, it is not high enough on your list of priorities to make the time. I'm very anal about language. And like, so that's my thing is like, no, choose the right words. It's not that you can't, it's that it's not a priority. And that's okay. We all have our priorities. And case in point then, me going into the city for a 4-hour commitment each day or at night is not high enough on my list of priorities. And that's okay. It was funny too, thinking of figure drawing, like, obviously, I'm old enough that, like, when I was doing figure drawing, digital drawing was not as popular, right? When I was in school. Like, yes, digital drawing was becoming more and more increasingly popular, but, like, the technology and the tools and stuff was very expensive and not as portable, right? And I remember, I think it was towards the tail end of my master's, that one of my good friends at the time, she was like, oh, I found this session I wanted to go to. And I was like, oh, cool. Because we lived like, I don't know, like kind of close-ish, the two of us. I was like, cool, I'll meet you there. It was like over the weekend or something like that. And I remember going there. And normally I go with charcoal, or I used to go with like a big thing of newsprint and my little tackle box of charcoal, right? That is what I would use. That's the way I did it. And you have like your big easels, you know, usually they're provided at the studio that you go to draw at, but it depends obviously per studio. But I remember going to that one and there was somebody that had their big easel that like I had my paper on, my newsprint, and they just had a tiny, tiny iPad just set up. And I laughed at the time in my head. I didn't outwardly laugh. I was like, that's so silly. Why would you bring a digital tool to a physical figure drawing class? That seems so silly. That's the horse armor, right? And yet here I am doing figure drawing, doing the same gesture drawings on an iPad in my own home. Like, what a twist. What is the same, you know, it all comes first full full circle that we were just talking about the horse armor and how what is taboo or weird at the time, it for better or for worse, very likely will become the new norm. And that is definitely an instance where this became the new norm, that here I am on an iPad at home doing that same thing that I thought was strange, that the person brought an iPad to. Boy. Weird. I don't know how I feel about having that thought go through my head now. It makes me feel like old and dumb. I actually don't know the correct feelings. Oh man, when I listen to this lo-fi stuff, it's usually like just all instrumental. When I hear someone's voice in the lo-fi stuff, it throws me off. That is, I don't know why that startled me. Kind of creepy sounding too, not gonna lie. Not as relaxing. Okay, pausing it. It's not time for a chocolate break, but it is because I said so. Freaking want more chocolate. I mean, this is productive so far. I think this is a good call, having these gesture drawings live now. And because again, the whole point is I needed to get better at doing stuff. And doing it on stream forces me to, and these are not bad. Well, I'm just sitting here eating a piece of chocolate. I'll look at these other ones already. I'm kind of blocking a little more heavily. But I think the energy is. That form looks weird. That's what I get for trying to draw after the fact. So I've been still watching Evil. And again, I thought I'd be able to knock it out quicker so I could get to watching Severance. But now it's backfired because I'm still watching Evil. But then now The Righteous Gemstones has started. And I haven't even watched that new episode. And then Mythic Quest has been going on, and I haven't been able to watch those episodes. And there was another show too that I was like, that just started too? So I'm like, the whole point was Evil was to fill a void where I didn't have, much to watch at the time to finish that series up. But now I'm like hooked in finishing it. But now plenty of other new things have come out, and now I'm actually being delayed in watching those. So, same problem, I feel like, with most TV nowadays. There's just a lot. Luckily, Daredevil is one that... So, girlfriend and I, we don't get to watch too much TV always. especially during the week. Usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we end up having like usually like a half hour of TV time, right? And then when she goes to bed, I don't watch anything. I'll usually go upstairs. I was drawing for a while. I'll play a game. I'll do whatever. However, Tuesdays now, we've tried to make it, we've agreed that like, okay, we need to be a little tighter with our scheduling so that come Tuesday, we can watch Daredevil. And that's worked out so far. We've been caught up. Like, granted, I think we need the 2 dropped in one day, so that didn't count. That was an anomaly for us. But like, we still watched 1 on Tuesday, and then the 2nd episode over the weekend, and then now the 3rd episode we watched right on Tuesday. And hot damn, that is quite an amazing show. But yeah, so just but our time in which I watch things just so always borked. I don't have enough. And again, case in point where I just said I have enough time, I just choose not to. I understand this. Because again, not a priority. Okay. Let's do a couple more 2-minute ones maybe on this sheet. Man, some of these though, I don't even know, like I don't even remember what this drawing looked like. Or this picture. I just remember as soon as I drew this, I was like, well, this is ugly. So let's kind of block in something prettier looking, so at least there's something. Yeah, that's not prettier, that's uglier. Whoopsies. Okay. Couple more 2 minutes, and then I think I will try the hand one. Seems scary. Man, some of these ones I remember a couple of the packs I had gotten were like extreme perspective packs. There are some extreme perspectives in some of these pictures we've been coming up with. Extreme. Again, I wish there was a way with this app that I could see the timer more visibly. It just doesn't, it's super out of sight kind of thing. And so I have to look away from the model, which disengages my brain, right? To see the timer. And I feel like it shouldn't be that way. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could just have it pretty big. Like, it is as small can be. Like, in the top right corner, in white font, on an all black screen. Like, it's so not, like, I get the idea of being out of sight in a way too, but also I wish there was an option to make it a little more clear, because I can't. In the moment, disconnecting my brain to see the timer doesn't feel ideal to me. If you only have so much time to do a thing, Because what's this? There was like a study that like a 2-minute break, like if someone comes to talk to you while you're working, right? It's something like a 2-minute break is actually a 12-minute break from work, because to get back to your productivity level that you were before, it usually takes like X amount of time. And again, obviously everybody's different, but the logic kind of makes sense to me. For some people, I feel like other people, like, it depends on what you're doing, obviously, and the groove you're in and all that too, but I got talked to a lot at my old job because my director was not a fan of how much I would go and talk to people. I was like, am I getting my job done? Are you having any issues with my work? Okay then, shut up. I'm gonna talk, and that's how I get my stuff done, okay? Leave me alone. And here we are now, talking and doing things. Gasp. Again, all comes full circle. It's the horse armor conversation for days today. But to be fair, his argument at work was, okay, that's fine, you can do that, but do you think everybody else you go and talk to has that same ability? And I was like, I don't know. Sounds like a them problem. Maybe you should hire people who can talk and make art or do engineering. Same time. I don't know, man. Engineering is weird. Bunch of ones and zeros. I don't know what the hell's going on. Speaking robot over there. This is a cool looking pose. I like this. It's very like extreme, where I feel like a lot of these poses, the pose isn't as extreme. It's been like the angle, whereas this is a pretty fun pose. I wonder if I pause this one and actually give it a couple minutes. It's because I like it. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I like it. We'll give it like 3-4 minutes instead. Yeah, you can tell it's a fun one when like the model's hair itself is like in the picture is just all over the place. It's like in her face. She's like making like a giggle because like clearly it's fun when like a lot of the times the models in a lot of figure drawing stuff like that you buy the packs, a lot of times they look so friggin' serious. Like, why you gotta look so angry? Like, I don't need to learn to draw angry people. Like, that's not the point of this. Like, they do look so serious always. And so when you've got a model with a set of pictures here who like, I'm not even drawing her smile necessarily. Here I'm not drawing faces, but like it makes it more fun to draw. Like seeing people have fun is fun in itself, right? Like fun is contagious. And so that's kind of goes hand in hand even with something as silly as this, that like, no, it goes hand in hand. If you're having fun doing the pose you're making and like giggling because it's a fun extreme pose, I will probably have more fun drawing that pose then too. And guess what? I do. Look at me. All smiles. So fun. Yeah, we watched what show? I don't remember the name of the show. It was on HBO or Max or whatever the hell. So we always have back burner baking shows because, like I said, the time that we have to watch stuff sometimes is not a lot. So like if we only have like 20 minutes or something like that, but we want to eat and watch something, we'll usually put on like a baking show or a competition-y show, right? Like just something simple. And so we normally do that. And so whenever we finish one, we like immediately look, if we don't have anything else on our list for like back burner, we're like, crap, we need to look up and make sure we've got another one ready. And so a lot of times though, we just like, there's so many of that crap on the internet now that we just pick one right away. Sometimes we'll just knee jerk grab one and be like, we'll see if it sucks. And I did that last time. I think we finished it was a Harry Potter baking show, which was actually super, super rad. They made such cool stuff. It was like basically like a Harry Potter sculpting contest then at that point, but then with baking, which is always fun. But I had like sometimes after a show, I'll just throw a new one on, like in the list, like I said. And this new one that I had thrown on, I had no idea. It was something about like going to like fairs and baking competitions. And I was like, cool, done. And it was actually pretty cool. So it was like instead of being like a game show or like, quick, you've got 1 hour to bake us something delicious and this and that. Like it wasn't that, right? It was almost like old school vibes of like reality TV where we saw the people at home, right? And it was like them just talking about wanting to get into these competitions and going to them, like these baking competitions and stuff throughout the US. And it was really cool to like get to know these people in a different way. And they're not competing per se in the moment, right? It's not like a game show. It is these cool competitions they go to. So you get to see the prep, you get to see their thoughts behind everything. And I weirdly liked it a lot more than I had anticipated. Like I threw it on as a, yeah, I bet this will be okay kind of thing. But you never know. And we thoroughly enjoyed it. And unfortunately, like a lot of things, it was one season. It did not get more, it looks like. But we liked it. But what I was getting at was actually don't remember what I was getting at. F. What the hell was I going to say? I was talking about having fun. I was talking about what the hell was I gonna say, man? I don't know. What was the point of that show? Well, now I just feel dumb. Great. I don't know. It was interesting though. The baking show was cool. I think it was probably just more about the fact of like seeing the other side of stuff. But there was something about like someone's piece I thought I was trying to think of that I was drawing when they were having fun. I don't know. Either way, it was cute to see. There was one woman, her name was Maite, and she was phenomenal. Like she did one piece since this was actually around COVID, the way when this was filmed. One of them was like the competitions was to like honor frontline workers and stuff like that. And she made a sculpture of a doctor. It was like a bust of a physician or whatever. And I cannot express how absolutely amazing it looked. It was like you could see like the sadness and the tiredness in his expression. She made a mask And even the mask, you could see like there was slight redness where the mask had been clearly worn all day. And like, I wonder if I can look that up. It was such an amazing piece. It won. It won, spoiler alert. And it got like favorite in show too. Like it won and it got like viewers choice kind of thing too. Like everybody there picked it as the best because I don't know how you could look at that and not say that's the best. Like it was one where we both were just like, this is, yeah, like on every level, so good. But yeah, here I paused this drawing, and this is no longer a 2-minute drawing as it's been like yapping as I was drawing this pose. Let's look it up. Excuse me. Here we can switch. So you can see the pose, right? Pose doesn't matter, but you can see, look it up here. That's the timer. This tiny little guy right there. Like, how am I supposed to? That's bull. That doesn't help me for anything. Okay, so like I said, it's I don't remember the show's name. Okay, okay, Maite the sugar. Okay, boom. Not gonna lie, the way it's lit in these pictures does not look quite as good as it did in the show. Like the lighting in the like her photographs aren't um necessarily doing it as much justice as I think it looked on show. But you can see here that like it's a legit sculpt that she made, right? Like out of modeling chocolate and whatever. I can't remember what all it was. But like it looks so good. And the fact that like yeah, the lighting is really borking it with her pictures that she took. I don't like it. Yeah, this looks really bad now, the pictures. Not bad, but like the show made it look a lot. The lighting was more flattering. But anyway, yeah, that's Maite. She was the sweetest, absolute sweetest lady. She was so fun. Like she knew she was good too, but she was super humble and very sweet. And she had like the cutest accent. I'm not gonna try and imitate the accent because that would be embarrassing for me. But like just a very sweet, I think she was from Colombia or something. Her accent was adorable. Okay, well we did quite a bit here of poses. So let's see. Can I like chunk up some of these just for funsies while we're just sitting here shooting the but yeah, Maite, that show was really cute. I think what I liked about it was that people lost in the way of like they went to this competition and they didn't get anything, right? They didn't win. They didn't, but you could see them growing. You could see them enjoying themselves and going into a new thing, right? Like, I don't know, it felt more real. Where I feel like so many reality type shows like that, even like the baking shows, just feel so like overproduced nowadays. Where there was something special about the simplicity of this one. Like we even joked because the editing when they'd like introduce like literally it was clearly a super low budget vibe show, and that was fine because it was just about the people. Doesn't need to be more than that sometimes. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of like blocking in what I think, like based off of the little shapes I made, what the muscles and stuff kind of would look like in the perspective that we've got. I think this was actually, I was gonna draw breasts, like, but I think this was a male. I really wish I knew what the point I was going to drive home for what that show was, though. I brought it up with like a distinct reason in regards to something I was saying. I could go back, I guess. That would be funny. I can go back in the VOD and listen and be like, oh, I had mentioned blank, and that was clearly the transition that was in my head. But alas, who knows now? Lost to time. I don't like these lo-fi beats that keep having like vocals. It's really throwing me off. As usual, I'm hungry, man. It's only ugh. I hate when my stomach starts rumbling on stream and I'm like, "Oh, surely it's later. I can have lunch sooner than later." Nope. It's 12:45. I got a while till I eat. So I think what I'll do is I'll eat a little bit of this little bar just to hold me over that I got sitting here. As usual, chocolate and chocolate and chocolate. But yeah, we'll get back. I'm debating if I want to do hands right now or more figures. I suppose if I do hands, that can be on stream. No problem. Right? I would assume there's no nipples and nudity with hands. All right. No, there's a layer of whole lot of gesture. It felt good doing this. I'm not gonna lie. I was nervous at first, but I can see the merit in doing this quite a bit now. Maybe this is just like my Thursdays. Maybe it's like I need to think of like a fun. I need a fun like because I jokingly put figure drawing Friday on a Thursday. But what's like a pun? I don't know. I'll workshop it. For now, let's sketch some hands. Talk about nervous and gonna be rough. Who can crack this up then? I'll make it. I forgot it's not the full screen. So here is that mostly visible, right? Push it a little more, just in case some of the pictures go to the outer bounds. I want to make sure I've got. Yeah, it's weird that I don't have. I wish Windows I could like save this exact perspective of size. Because as you can see, if I get smaller, that's the window that I have available. Because realistically, the screen goes to about here. Like on my, like, so you're really only seeing like 2/3 of the screen. Anyway, okay. Let's figure drawing or do some live gesture drawings of hands. This will be, I've never done this before. I've done figure drawing. I've never tried to do gestures of hands. So I don't know about this, guys. already I hate it. I mean, that's what I did with the first session of normal drawing, so I'm sure it'll work itself out, because this is, I can see 1,000 times why this is wrong already. And so the other night I hate it when I find myself doom scrolling, right? When I zone out and all of a sudden I'm like, I just sat on the internet looking at nothing, right? I did that last night. It was really, like, I was so mad at myself when I went to bed then. I was like, why? I was like, a good time to go to sleep. I was perfectly lined up. And then somehow I ended up just sitting there and doom scrolling garbage for the longest time. And I was like, why did I waste my time? But anyway, one of the things I wasted my time with, I can't remember what kind of shrimp it was, like a mantis shrimp, I think it was called. Holy Nikes. That fish, or I don't know if it's a fish then, that aquatic creature is intense. It is like, one, it moves so cool. Like, watching it move is really neat. The way it's like so fluid and like flips its body around in different ways in the sand and stuff. But holy crap, whenever you see like stuff with that, you're reminded how like unforgiving and vicious nature can be. That like this shrimp has the ability, it's like one of apparently like the strongest like bites in the water. Like, it is like for per square inch of the body size and stuff like that, you know what I mean, like how much it can do. Like, this thing just chomped, like it was like it eats like crabs and other, like, it is a predator then in the water, you know, and it just gobbles them. Like, it just completely snaps off arms and legs with its bite. Like, it's just like snap. Like, it is insane. And, you know, I doom scrolled and somehow I saw one video of that and I was like, that's wild. And then the internet's like, hey, do you want to sit here for like 20 minutes and we're just going to show you crazy things about this shrimp now? And I was like, oh, crap. I've become what I hate. I absolutely hate when that happens. But alas, did it. And now I have an appreciation, at least for that shrimp. Pretty intense. Wow. So these go by way faster than the human body. I don't like this. These are shorter, or these are just as long. F. I feel like I'm drawing these really big. I think that might be my thing. I need to shrink them like I was doing the human form too. So I have less detail kind of thing. Not less detail, but it's easier to not focus on too much. This is two hands clasped. This is different energy. Holy crap, it's already almost... Dude, this is so hard to draw. This is way harder than the figure. Getting these shapes in real quick. Holy fart. Because, like, you want to focus on the overall shape, but then the overall shape is immediately, like, but then it looks weird if you're not putting in enough actual detail, and I don't know, man. This is way more than I bargained for. Again, hopefully, like everything I was saying, this will be good though, right? Good practice to get better. Right now, that's ugly. UGLY. Like I don't know what to focus on. You know what I mean? Like I feel like when I draw the human body, I kind of like have a order of operations of like what's important, what like landmarks I would need to get down. But since I've never like tried to speed run through drawing hands, I don't know what I should be like high priority, right? Because that's kind of when you draw figure drawing is like you're focusing on like what needs to draw the most attention first, right? And then you build from there. And then the shape just makes sense usually once you have like those big landmarks. I'm not quite sure what the big landmarks are for breaking down these hands super quick though. Because super quick is not what's happening. Not at all. Holy sh... Hold on. I'm fixing this. And I'm going to skip whatever this next hand is. Let's look at this again. Give me a moment. This is... Man, this is weird. Okay. Just give myself a second to recoup this one. And it's hard because they're always holding something too. So like I need to make sure. I feel like that's part of it too. Is if I don't draw at least like some sort of mass that they're holding, it feels even weirder. Because you can't, it just looks like a hand in a weird pose then. But this looks dumb too. It's like, what if I just block in with like a heavy dark thing? I don't like that either. Again, not quite sure the order that I do things in. And like how I make it pronounced. I mean, for being these super quick drawings, they still look like hands. They're just weird. Okay. Oh man. So this was like last 2 weeks ago or something, I think it was. I don't know if I don't like any of these. Okay. I I think I bit part of my lip, like my mouth, like kind of by the incisor on the inside. But I didn't notice it until the next morning kind of thing. And so I didn't really, it was the next morning, it was like swelled up and hurt, right? And I didn't think anything of it. I have bad like grinding teeth and stuff at night that I do. So I was like, whatever. I must have just bit my mouth a little. Didn't think much of it. Well, it progressively got more and more annoying that day. Like way more and more annoying. To the point where then we were eating dinner later that night and I was like, I don't, my mouth is gonna die. Like it hurt so bad and was so intense. And I later looked at it and like it had swollen to the point where one of them, that one, it was like a double whammy kind of thing. Like, it was like one bite mark or one like swollen thing that looked gross, but then it was a bubble, like a giant bubble. It looked like a huge blood blister on the bottom of it. And it hurt so bad. Like everything aggravated it. And it was right by my incisor. So like as you talked or moved or chewed, you felt it every time. And it was driving me crazy. And I went and after girlfriend went to bed, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go play Marvel a little bit while I try and forget about this unbelievably painful thing in my mouth that's driving me bonkers. Well, I wasn't messing with it. Like I was trying not to, you know what I mean? Because that made it worse. Wasn't messing with it, wasn't doing anything. I was just trying to play the game. And all of a sudden, that giant mass that would look like a blood blister, you could feel it just like, it didn't pop. It felt like it deflated, like in a very weird way. It felt like a balloon that just went like I don't even know how to describe it, or like a couch or a cushion that like lost all of its filling, or like a tube that just like went whoop. It was gone, and it felt so weird. And then all of a sudden, my mouth just tasted like blood, like it was pure blood taste. But then I looked, I wasn't bleeding, like it didn't rupture at all. It had just like moved the blood into the rest of my mouth, like inner. I don't know what happened. It was very gross, very uncomfortable. And I was like, cool, maybe that's the end of it, right? Like that's all we had to deal with. Nope. It's been a weird bother on in my mouth for like 2 weeks now. And I've changed toothpaste for the time, thinking maybe that'll help. Like, man, as I've been talking, you can still feel it, and it is very annoying. It's definitely getting better, which is obviously, if it wasn't getting better, I'd be more concerned. But it's always so weird that like stuff in your mouth is the worst. Like, because you feel it so much all the time. And as someone who talks a lot, you really friggin' feel it like all the time. So that's been fun. I paused this one just because I was, again, I like the idea of doing these quick ones, but I do like giving my, like, this is why I'm the worst at like self-done figure drawing stuff. Cause I'm like, nah, give me another minute. I want to draw this more. Like, which is kind of defeats the purpose to an extent, but you know, my house, my rules kind of thing, I guess, for better, for worse. So long as I'm still getting the gist of it and enjoying the process, I think that's what matters. And if it's a, like, this is a cool perspective. Like, I like this angle on the hand. So I kind of want to hammer this in a little better. Like, I felt like my initial blackout looked fine. So it's not like I didn't grasp the ability to simplify the shape. I just wanted to take time to make sure I drew it. This fingernail is weird. I've said it many times. I hate drawing fingernails. Like, I absolutely hate it. I don't like fingernails. Maybe I'll grow to love them one day to draw, but it's not happening today, that's for sure. Okay. I got distracted drawing that hand a little more than I needed. Let's shrink it back down. Back with the others you go, hand. Oh, can't feel my keyboard. New hand. Oh, yeah. So the way I've been approaching it is I kind of like, I feel like I'm like blocking in the silhouette first and making sure the silhouette reads. Like imagining if there's no definition, would you know what you're looking at, right? Because that's essentially the same thing you do with figure drawing itself. So I feel like it just needs to be adopted a little different for like the landmarks, but I feel like hitting the silhouette is what's helping me find the groove of what is working. So like right there, that's the silhouette more or less of what we see. And then it's just a matter of figuring out the pieces then that given the time are what will sell it most, right? Like maybe the knuckle of the thumb more, right? Or like where the bends occur is important things to show, right? Or like here, maybe you can see a good amount of knuckle, right? In the source. So maybe we really push the knuckles because that can help sell this picture, right? Again, just trying to think of things that really are important to sell. But then obviously the finger coming in this way and then the palm compressing. Again, maybe drawing the thing that is being held will help a lot of these as well. Just so it doesn't feel so... Oops. I'm not done. Again, my house, my rules. I don't like that new hand anyway that we need to draw. So we're just gonna take this time, smush this back down to where it can fit. Since here, we'll take this minute and again, I don't see the source now for this one, but let's kind of clean up this hand the way we would think it would be at least, right? This was one where I hadn't started the idea of like full silhouette yet, I think, and it definitely shows that like I don't have enough information to fill in now. Yeah, it's because my brain doesn't know exactly where things should be. Okay, now we'll draw whatever this new hand is. So with the hand, I feel like also we really need to make note of overlap. Like which pieces of your hand are, you know, the fingers and the palm and stuff, what's overlapping the other parts, because that really helps sell a hand too. Like obviously the hand is a bunch of digits and weird shapes smushed into one that can move in all weird wonky ways, right? So like understanding the proper overlapping of those shapes, I feel like helps dictate the right motion too, right? Like if things aren't overlapping properly, it will feel wrong. And again, we look at hands all the time. Like whether you're paying attention to your hand or not, there's a reason there's the phrase, you know, like the back of your hand. Because at the end of the day, you look at your hands all the time. And so even though you may not think you are a master of hands per se, you do know when it's wrong. You might not know why it's wrong, but your brain will say, that's not right. So I think what I did there is important too, is I focused on the arch of the fingers too. So when you're sprawled out, I think that helped too, getting that nice arch. So we knew like this, right? We'll restart the next hand, sorry. Again, I should have this set to like 3 minutes or something if I could, but it's fine. Restart. Okay. Hand holding cup. Again, just looking at the overall shape. So you see the palm kind of comes in and then out. And I'm not even going to draw the fingers at first, because I feel like that'll help landmark things too. So if the hand goes up like this, right? If that's where the fingers would start. Now we have a landmark for where the thumb terminates, right? Because the thumb looks like it's ending right here, where the rest of the hand, the fingers would start, right? So we can kind of use that as a reference point for the thumb. The thumb is definitely pushed forward. Not sure why the hand is so cockeyed there. And then the fingers, we can start silhouetting them, right? Not drawing too much, just silhouettes. So it helps too, I feel like, to do a pinky and a point, like in an instance like this where you're drawing both, like a full real hand, you're not stylizing stuff, right? It kind of helps to make sure you have the ends first, right? Like if you just go finger after finger after finger, you can't get the spatial difference between, right? But if you go pinky and then pinky then pointer maybe, then you have a little bit of grasp of how to fill that in, right? Like, so if what I'm trying to get is like, if you've got this, right? If I go, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, that's too close, right? Okay, let me fix it. Let me go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh crap, those don't end where I want them to be. Or if you do like 1, 2, oh wait, the pointer needs to be here. That's not good either. But if you do 1, 2, and then you know the spacing, right? It's like, okay, I can evenly space based on what I'm looking at. So if you, that's obviously not the best example, but like for me, as I've been doing these quick hand drawings, I feel like that's helped, is looking at like, okay, where is the pinky and then where is the pointer? And let me fill the space evenly in between to account for everything else, rather than going left to right directly. If that makes sense. So I paused it because I was taking a moment to yammer like I do. I'm going to draw the cup in here. The cup terminates right around the joint here of the thumb. it would be around like this. We don't see this part of the pinky then. It's kind of confusing looking since it's a clear glass, but it's okay. I made it way more stumpy of a glass. That's fine because I don't have the space. We'll do this quick. I just want to at least have a little bit better of a visual for this right now. This is an interesting one, seeing like the pads of the fingers smushed against the glass. I like that. This is an ugly one. That's fine. Yeah, this turned out hella ugly. I do not like this, but it's okay. The pinky's really throwing it off. Anyway, okay, it's gesture. We don't need to care anymore. Shrink it. And out of sight. Well, I mean, not out of sight, but out of mind. Go back to playing. What is this music? Okay, it's the Ocarina of Time shop. I was like, this sounds so familiar. I don't know what it is. That nostalgia hit there now that my brain is like warped me back in there. Okay. Hands. Nope, don't feel like doing those. Boring. Okay. So I like to start. I feel like what I've been doing is like finding that wrist point for some reason. And then, like I said, silhouette it out. It looks like we see thumb, and then technically we see a little bit of the pointer finger's knuckle right underneath the thumb. That continues onward. I think that's not the right length, but I'll adjust it. It's funny, this Ocarina of Time shop, like medley song here, sounds very much just like an old, like, not nursery rhyme, but sounds like something you'd hear on like an old cartoon or something when you were little. Okay, so ran into an issue here. It doesn't really vibe. So it goes down, and then we'll draw the pad here. I feel like I'm getting worse at drawing these hands now for some reason. The more I've been doing them, the more I'm like bungling it. I feel like I did better when I just was like going super off the rip. Now I'm like, now suddenly I'm thinking more, which is weird. That like thinking is making me worse. You heard it here, folks. Don't think, just draw. Apparently that's the move. Okay, as per my usual, I need to see if I'm gonna back out and see if I can switch it. I don't remember what the timing is. I think I can set a custom time. I want to do like 3 or 4 minutes because 2 minutes is just not quite enough for me. I feel like to do it I want to get these gestures in. Or it is, I just am not good enough right now. Me, for my money, I can't do it. So it is Thursday. I wonder if anybody's got any fun weekend plans. Because again, as always, time just flies by. I did not realize it's already the middle of March. And then now it's already almost the weekend again here. Like, I don't even know what's going on, man. Time is something. But it's always weird. I feel like with, like, I don't know, the older you get, the more it's like either you have absolutely nothing going on weekends. I'm going to adjust this a little bit. This looks weird. Like, adjust from the base of what it, I don't know how to do this. This looks weird. But no, the older you get, the more it's like either you've got nothing, like straight up nothing going on the weekend, or like you've got like 38 things jam packed. I feel like is how my life has been as I've gotten older. Or not maybe all in one weekend, but it's like, hey, you've got nothing going on this weekend, but then the next 3 weekends, you won't have like time to breathe because you're just going to be busy. That's generally how life has been for me. But we're in that like weird lull where right now actually has been the, hey, we've got nothing, right? There's not been too much, excuse me, on weekends that have been going around, which makes it always weirder than when suddenly it'll be like, and every weekend is jam packed. Because yeah, I feel like once it hits, oh, this isn't, I'm not even looking at the reference then. That doesn't make sense. What am I doing here? This is one of the problems too. Sometimes you get like ahead of yourself and you just start drawing what you think, not what you see, right? And so that's important when you're doing figure drawing is really make sure you're drawing what you see. Like stop and take a moment. Like right there, I was just drawing as if I was drawing a hand myself, right? Without reference. I was just kind of, I'm like, yeah, that's what would go here. That's what would go here. That's not what we see though. So you definitely, when doing figure drawing at least, need to be sure you're taking a moment and really looking at the picture in between. Like don't just go off of your head. Because the whole point is studying, right? And if you're making things up, that's fine later. But the whole point of this is to not make things up. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't think we've got too much going on this weekend then. Hopefully more chill. I know I said it last weekend, I think. Maybe we'll put up Easter stuff. Maybe not. Probably not. We've got this bunny that we found years ago at Home Goods, I think it was. One of those. You know, there's like the TJ Maxx, there's the Marshalls. I'm pretty sure this was Home Goods though. Yes, I'm remembering now where we were. That was definitely a Home Goods. And it's this giant fat ball of a bunny. Like it is the ugliest, fattest looking thing. It's like a giant ball, like quite literally a giant sphere. It looks like a bunny that was like my old ass thinks of Dig Dug, where it would like you puncture the thing, you like blow it up, right? That's the vibe of this bunny. It is the ugliest thing, but the greatest thing. And it's my favorite springtime decoration we have. That like, and we put it pretty notably in the center of our home, like in a notable spot in the living room. So, just saying, that's if we do anything, I want my fat bunny back out. Yeah, something about the palm is looking weird to me. I don't know why the crunch here just feels off. That was weird. The pen just stopped working entirely. Really don't like that hand, so I don't want it in the middle of our drawings. Cast you away to over there. I think it's part of this palm is looking what's weird. It's like too fat. Or I'm sorry, not the palm, the like the pad of the thumb, this guy is just looking weird. Anyway. Lovely, lovely bunch of good old fingering up in here. What's the size difference that we did for the okay, so these were our figure drawings. So kind of keep, I was trying to make sure I kind of kept them similar energy, like filling a page would feel the same, you know, like hands and bodies. Which, speaking of, what time is it? It is 1:30. We have less than an hour then to fill the rest of this page with hands. Can we do it? Don't know. But for now, piece of chocolate. It's our last piece of chocolate, mind you, which is always a sad thing. Last piece up here. There's like bags and bags downstairs in the pantry. Because I have an addiction. My dad, always, whenever we'd make fun of him when we were younger, like, Dad, why are you doing this or why are you doing that? Like, extremes, right? His answer, inevitably, always, well, at least it's not crack. Like, what the F? That's my dad's mentality. I can do these stupid things and have these messed up addictions because it's not crack. What? Like, I mean, fair. Thank you for not doing crack. But also, certain things you do are still adversely affecting your health that we are concerned about. So maybe no, it's not crack. But also, like, oh my dad. So it's an interesting way to, when we block these things in, I like to block, I've been finding two, if we do the wrist, kind of like picturing where the wrist and hand meet, which is like there. And then kind of getting an idea of the knuckles. Just a slight idea of the flow of the knuckles helps. For me, again, this is all learning. I've never sat and done a whole session of just hands like this before. Like, I've studied hands plenty, but not quite to this extent. Which, when you're doing stuff like that, it forces you to look at things differently then, though, right? Like, so I'm forced to focus on, hey, if I only have a little bit, oh, I forgot to change the time of these, dang it. If I only have a little bit of time, how do I illustrate this? How do I convey this image, right? And so you focus on what's important, which, again, here I was going to switch. Hopefully I remember this. I'm going to turn this one. I'm going to finish this real quick, give myself another 2 minutes. I want to switch it to 4 minutes. This hand looks dumb. I don't know what I did wrong here. I think it's this pink, this pointer finger needs to be more foreshortened even. So obviously fingers are just a series of cylinders. So when I'm foreshortening, sometimes I like to just draw a bunch of them like that so I can kind of see where the joints are. So if you know where the joints are, you can kind of shape it a little better. Again, it's rough when I'm doing these when I see like, oh, I should probably fix X, Y, and Z real quick. But it's like, no, we're just leaving it. It's fine. We gain nothing, right? We only have so much time. Let me just roll with it. Ain't nobody got time for that kind of energy. It's interesting because some people have like really pronounced knuckles, right? Like just in how we've drawn, you can see some people have like really thin hands, so their knuckles are like super duper duper noticeable. Whereas obviously the thicker the hand, usually the less knuckle you see, but like some hands like this person's like they got some thickums, you know? Thin hands for thick knuckles then, you know, like the thinner the hand, the thicker the knuckle. So this looks weird. I think it's too small comparatively. And since we're on digital and I can be lazy, look at that. Wow. We fixed it. We're professionals. Quickly changing sizes. Thank you. Thank you, digital drawing. It's too solid of a piece here, so it feels like it's like too connected. Okay, good enough. Anyway, let's move on to another hand. How much? Oh, we've got an hour still, though. You know what? I'm going to pause here for just a fat second. Because I don't know how people stream without peeing their pants. You ain't cool unless you pee your pants. Because that's what I do. Okay, 1 minute. Time me. I'm like, it's like a little kid when they're like, I'm going to go run into my bedroom and do, time me, go. Did somebody time me? Okay. So we've got a little under an hour. I think that'll be good. We'll get some good hands in. The iPad, so like you'll dry your hands right after you wash your hands. And when you dry them, they're like 90% dry. But then the iPad it tells that 10%. Like it can totally feel like if your hand just has like a little bit of extra moisture on the iPad, I feel like it like has like a weird feeling and it like slows it down. So it's like you have to like, even when I come back from washing my hands, I feel like I need to like take a moment and like air out so they are perfectly dry. Or close enough that it doesn't get, caught weird on the iPad. Okay, so that hand's fine. Let's shrink it down and keep a good one. Oh, shoot. Had it set to distort. Not what we wanted. Had it? A lot of... I don't know why there's so many hands that are holding knives, of all things. Like, why isn't someone just holding a spoon? Or a fork? Or a cupcake? Like, why are we all holding a knife? Like, I get it that it's like, look, it's action. People draw action. People hold cupcakes, man. Okay? Hold a cupcake, please. I would like to see that. It's more fun than a knife. And if you think a knife is more fun than a cupcake, by the way, if you're listening and you think that, you need to find dessert. People, you need to find Jesus. You need to find dessert. Like, But for real. So this is, I don't know why I started this one off and I was thrown off from the get-go with this one. I think because my brain just is stuck on thinking of desserts now. Oh my god, I didn't change the time again. I'm an idiot. Uh, 5 minutes, it needs to be. Stupid. Okay, I swear I'm gonna change the time after I finish this one. No bathroom break to throw me off, nothing. Like here's a good example of where the hand was and how I need to actually reassess where the fingers are, because the hand needs to fit in this space here, I feel like. And the way I was drawing these fingers, the pinky wouldn't have lined up where it needed to be. So here, if we get the silhouette better, like, so this is kind of where it would break, right? That is where the pinky kind of... I don't know why this one is really... My brain isn't braining kind of moment, you know, where it's like, this is just not there, right? And then now we need to fit the other knuckles in, given the context of that pinky and knowing where the pointer is then, right? Sometimes the hardest part of hands is always when they're like super clenched, because it's hard to differentiate, right? Like your brain has a hard time understanding where one finger starts and the other one ends and stuff like that, because it's just so much smushed. So weirdly enough, as easy as the silhouette sometimes of fists and stuff like, and clenched hands can be, that doesn't mean that makes them easy. Like, because then sometimes it's like an internal mess of things that don't look right. Case in point, this is just feeling weird. I don't know why sometimes these hands just like with anything, sometimes it just doesn't drive, right? Like your brain just can't wrap around it. So sometimes you just need to keep hammering at it until it makes sense, which is what we're doing here. I don't know why this one is causing me so much grief. I'm telling you, if he was holding the cupcake, wouldn't have been a problem. Jerk had to be holding a knife. So aggressive. Just hold a cupcake. Better for the world. I think it's too that this pointer finger I need to give a little bit more attention to, because it is the largest in this angle. And it feels like it's just getting kind of lost. And that's part of it is due to the pose, that it is literally getting lost. That's what we're talking about. Like, this is fully in shadow then. Like, we do not see the pointer finger other than that top part of this knuckle. I don't know. This hand sucks, guys. I don't know why I hate this hand so much. Ah. It's because I took my break. My brain, like we talked about, taking a 2-minute break can actually lead to, you know, even longer amount of productivity loss because the brain needs to reassociate with the action that you were doing earlier. That's my excuse I'm making up for why I can't draw this right now. It's fine. Okay. I'm just calling it. This is a lost cause. It's good enough. I mean, it looks like a thumb. I mean, it looks like a hand. It looks like a thumb. Yeah, fine. Okay, we're gonna change the time. Right here, let's move this hand out of the way. Shrink it down, angle it kind of sure so it fits. So, okay, now back we go to change the time. What do we have it set to? 2 minutes, 5 minutes. And now I can stick to it, right? I know I keep, like now if I actually set it to 5, I'll stick to actual 5. I like how I get a 5-minute one, and this is the, okay. Sometimes the most boring ones are the hardest, as we've said. So let's just get the silhouette first and foremost, right? I like to imagine the silhouette where it goes from palm to knuckle. Get that energy in first. Kind of figure out where the wrist goes, right? It's going up. Cool. And then now let's kind of the arch of this goes more heavily like that, right? It's going a little bit deeper in compared to the knuckle, which is pretty normal. How do I? Okay. So the other day, over the weekend, we went out to dinner at a place where normally we get like they have really good like flat, like very thin pizzas, right? And they also have some nice salads. So well, normally what I love about when we go out to eat, like we split stuff very nicely, my girlfriend and I. And so like if we want something like that, it's perfect, right? I don't want to eat a whole pizza. Like they give you like the personal pretty big pizzas. I don't want a whole pizza. We don't need that. I would like a pizza though. I would like some pizza. So we get a pizza and a salad for the two of us and we split it. And that's pretty normal with when we go out to eat doing stuff like that. And this place in particular, we always usually get one salad and one pizza. It's like a caramelized pear and arugula, I think is the pizza that we like the most. So good. So damn good. It is literally what it sounds like. It's caramelized pear and arugula. That's not much. It's not like a red sauce then or anything on it. It's like a balsamic-y kind of thing or something. I actually don't know. It's not balsamic. It's some sort of oil. Either way, it's good. It's real good. But we went to a location. It's a chain here in the Midwest. We went to a location we had not been to before. Which again, we've been to multiple and they're all good, so it's not like you really think one way or the other. And it was a little different though. Like normally I really like that their pizza's like a very nice thin, right? Where this one, albeit tasted delicious, don't get me wrong, but you could feel it had more like dough, right? It was a little thicker of a pizza, which again is not a bad thing per se. But when you're expecting one thing, it is always weird then, right? Like if you're expecting it to be the way you've always gotten it at a chain type place, it is always weird when things are just like 5% off, you know? But it got me thinking then of just like pizza in general, right? Like, and especially living here in the Chicagoland area, we've gotten we have pizza, right? We got a lot of pizza up in here. Not that I eat pizza that often, but like when you want pizza, there's plenty of good pizza. To the point where actually when my great grandparents came here from Italy, we stereotypically opened up here a pizzeria. And we have remnants of that in my grandparents' house still, like parts of the old pizzeria and stuff. But so we know pizza, right? Like my family, we know pizza pretty well. We know what we're talking about. But there's so many different kinds of pizzas, right? So many different kind of pizzas at this point. And it's funny because like I know what I like in pizza, and there's various types that I like. But like my girlfriend's family, whenever they get pizza, like 80% of the time, it's funny that I'm usually like, oh no, it's pizza. I'm going to be so tempted to eat a lot. Not with the ones they get. Like the pizza that they always get, I'm like, oh good, I won't be tempted because I don't like that pizza that they get. But it was funny back in when my parents moved from Chicago to Indiana. That was like my parents' biggest complaint at first. They're like, there's nowhere to eat pizza. What is this? Oh, I was not paying attention that this one transferred over. There's nowhere to get pizza here in Indiana. Like the state itself was actually pretty nice. Like Indiana was way better than they had thought it would be. And then I ended up moving down there with them for a little under a year while I worked on some portfolio stuff after my master's. And it was funny because they're like, literally, Britton, the best pizza place we've found is attached to a gas station. Like, that was the best they could get. Because they like tried so many different pizza places in Indiana. And they're like, how are they so close to Chicago? And yet they don't know how to do pizza. what is this? What is this monstrosity? Who are you? How dare you? So I thought that was pretty funny. And it was, yeah, they ended up finding one place. I don't remember the name of it. It doesn't really pertain to the story, it doesn't matter too much. But like, and even then, it's like, you know, when you find something that's good, but it's not great, but you convince yourself, you're like, that's what we got. That's kind of what this pizza was, where it's like, hey, it's better. But then the second we'd go back to Illinois for stuff, and it would be like, oh, we'd get pizza there back at like our old places and stuff, and it's like, yeah, that new place in Indiana, it doesn't really hold a candle. Like it's passable for the time compared to the other options, but like, man, who knew though, right? Like you'd think like right in Indiana, that's right there. You're not far from Chicago. You would assume, like that's a safe assumption, that like their pizza would be good still. Like you're right there. You're our neighbors, right? Wrong. Oh, so wrong. So if you're thinking of, you know, moving from Chicago to Indiana, just a heads up, the pizza selection might be a little rough. Granted, this was many years ago. Who knows? Maybe they got the memo and they're like, all right, guys, we need to, like the government was like, we need to support some businesses to come here and boost our pizza vibes, because, you know, we're here and these people are complaining. They don't like our pizza. We need to step up our game. But it is wild thinking pizza can be in like 48 different ways, right? Like you can say, oh, I love pizza. And someone's like, oh my gosh, me too. But the pizza they love is not the pizza you love, probably. Possibly. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it's a universal thing enough. It's cheese and dough. Like, I get it. But it is weird that like this is very, very big range of what you could like if it comes to pizza. I'm someone who always likes vegetables on mine. I'm a sucker, obviously, being the health nerd I am. I love my veggies. A lot of places don't actually have a lot of vegetables available, I've found, like for toppings. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I love places where I can be like, okay, I want like the pure veggie pizza with like 8 different vegetables and, you know, all this kind of stuff. But like there's a little pizza place by us that we really like, but they have like, they're like, we have onions and mushrooms. They're like the straight up old Italian energy of a pizza place. We're like, no, we don't have that. Like, you want zucchini? You want what? Like, what are you talking about? You want spinach? No, we have onions and we have sausage, or we have onions. We have onions and we have peppers, okay? Why are you asking for more than that? That's what we've got. I've been yapping, and suddenly the time on this one is already almost over, and this hand does not look great. This thwipping Spider-Man hand. Oh well. Again, talking and doing this is definitely something that is going to take some time. I'm the worst. So when this is, each time one's over, I'm like, let me finish a couple quick gestural lines to sell it before I need to go. Hold on. Even at 5 minutes. RIP, I'm the worst. Okay. Another, what is up with the knives, you guys? Everybody, hey, we're going to do a hand pack, and all you can do is be murderous. Here's a knife. Like, what the, why? Why y'all gotta have so many knives? Why is it when you think of drawing hands, the internet goes, what if you stab them? It's a good hand though. Like, I like the aim. Damn it. Fine, we'll draw another knife. So help me though if the next one is a knife. Come on. Please. Not gonna lie, talking about pizza while it's like past my time now of needing to eat food, not the smartest, because now I'm just like, oh, I'm real hungry. That was stupid move. Why did I bring up pizza? I don't even know what. There was no topic that I was thinking of that really warranted me transitioning to talk about pizza other than that's just what we did this last weekend. Oh well. The wonders of yapping for 4 hours straight and the topics you just jumped to. So again, looking at landmarks to make sure where things intersect, right? So her thumb extends beyond where the pointer finger is making contact, right? Intersecting. So making sure we hold these intersection points as like our main things of reference, right? So the thumb extends. We'll see if I draw fingernails. Right now we're not. And then this is, so again, I always say draw what you don't see, right? The thing would be like this, would cut in, and then now there's the pointer bending back towards us. Yeah. Be a little bigger though, right? Because the perspective, about the same size as like the bottom part of the thumb. And now let's kind of silhouette in if there's like a knuckle here. Don't draw the internal parts, right? Just trying to figure out silhouette. Knuckle here. And then the pinky is pretty high, right? I think that all intersects right where we kind of wanted. Close enough to where we wanted, I guess, would be the way of saying it, right? Yeah. With 2 minutes now, we can actually draw. Okay. And we'll still won't be close enough to being done. Let's get, so again, when the hands are like condensed, right, and pressed into each other into the, you know, the palm, it's definitely easy to get lost. And this is another one of those examples where there's a lot of overlap and a lot of visual noise, and it's hard to, you really have to be like on top of your game to be paying attention, right? Like you can't like lose track of where this ends and this starts, because all of a sudden then you're just drawing nonsense and it shows. So like you really have to make sure you know where the joints are and which ones you're actually paying attention to. So there's the, draw the little bit of the knife so we can actually see that, you know, another murderous tool. No one's ever like, it always looks aggressive too. It's not like anyone's ever like holding this knife and it looks like they're like, I'm about to open up an Amazon package. Nope. They're like, I'm about to cut you so bad. Well, damn. Why you gotta be like that? I have a box cutter and it is always used to open up toys and shipping boxes. That's it. Never to stab people. I feel like should go without saying, but you know. This hand looks uncomfortable. Like, doesn't it? Like it's like when it's that like super tensed hand that looks super duper duper uncomfortable. But again, just kind of getting this like oven mitt kind of energy for the hand first. Blocking it in. This thumb is intense, right? So it cuts kind of almost up feeling in its extreme nature. And then even this thumb, like it's bending away from us a little bit. So kind of foreshorten it just a smidge. So you don't even see the pinky like at all, right? The pinky is just that knuckle, and that's all we see of it. But the whole hand is this like hard curve from this super tensed up hand. And the middle, the ring, and the pinky are all pretty much jammed together, where we barely even see them. And again, this is the part where I said like the overlap gets gross underneath here. But, and then the pointer's kind of doing its own thing, coming towards us a little bit. Like you don't even see a knuckle, you just see the tendons or whatever in the hand being super tight. Tight. The thumb looks weird now that we've got this moving. Let's adjust. Got 2.5 minutes for this one yet. Again, I really wish I could make it bigger. Giggity. This last hand here has been another doozy. Some of these are, I appreciate how weird some of these are. I'm struggling with some of these hands then for sure. Like obviously all of them I'm kind of struggling with, but like some definitely more so than others, and this is one of them. So it's worth noting that I had that pinky right, but I need to make sure that knuckle of the pinky lines up with the rest of those hands now, or the rest of the hands knuckles that I've already established. So reassessing where that goes. And then again, kind of elongating these points now, looking at the overall space we allotted. Pull them out. Oh gosh, got 50 seconds, 50 seconds. Okay, come on. Okay, definitely not my favorite of all the hands we've done, but that's fine. Okay, scissors. Scissors are better than knives, I guess, right? It's less aggressive. Maybe they actually are. Maybe they're going to wrap a present. That's what they're doing. That said, I don't want to draw the one with scissors right now. Unless a rock is involved. Fair. Then game over. Violence. Yeah, we've been, like I've been saying, I don't know if you've been along, Chris, that like there's been, everyone's holding a knife or something. Everyone's so aggressive, except for the one guy holding the cup. But who knows? Like the way all these hands have been so aggressive, maybe that cup was to pool the blood from the person he just cut with the knife. I don't know, man. This is a definitely, talk about an extreme angle that normally you wouldn't draw. Yet to smash it over the bar. Yep, that's actually what it was. It was the moment before the classic. Let's fight, or then use it as the the stabby tool. This is oh my gosh, this is an interesting perspective to draw from, because like look at this thumb, man. What the hell is this? Weird perspective. It's funny because some of these I've had to draw, like obviously I'm thinking, but not too hard. Where some of these then like this, I'm like, my brain is like, hold on, what are we looking at? How am I doing this? It reminds you of the thumb guys from Spy Kids. I could see that. Been a while. I mean, Spy Kids is in the era of in my mind, kind of like with Shrek and everything too. So it's funny that thinking of Spy Kids, we definitely haven't had a Spy Kids in quite some time, but we do apparently have Shrek coming back. Which honestly, there's a lot of flack for it. I'm excited. I love Shrek was great. Like Shrek was always good stuff. I enjoyed it because I had younger siblings, and so Shrek was a good one because it was like I could still get some good laughs out of that. You know, like it wasn't all like little kid shows. Like, trust me, I watched plenty of Barney and other, you know, like all the like legit little kid shows when my siblings had them on and I watched them, or it was just always on the TV. But like I was appreciated when some of the shows like Shrek or other things like that had humor in there that was like, okay. Makes me feel a little bit better that it's like the kids are entertained, but I'm also not stuck being like 15 years old, being like, I have to watch these children's cartoons. Granted, I watch cartoons all the time as an adult, but it's different like children cartoons. Do you know what I mean? Like ones that are made specifically for like little kids. Which is a whole other beast. I had a professor during my master's where he was it an Oscar, or he had like multiple Emmys that he like casually brought up or something, and like he actually was one of the main people who worked on Rugrats, and he's like, honestly, I hate it. Like working for children, he's like working for like stuff that is 100% tailored to children. The way that they're nitpicked and scrutinized is so much more frustrating and so much more work than just a normal cartoon. Like he's like literally the exact color of the shirts get scrutinized, the color of this, like it's such a weird difference working with children's cartoons versus silly kids cartoons, right? They're two different things. And he definitely always erred on the side of like, yeah, if you can pick, hopefully you don't have to do like where there's like the committees involved and stuff like that, because he's like, that was such a heartache. But he also loved it. Like, obviously he, like I said, won awards for what he did with Rugrats. But oh, they still had some adult jokes snuck in there for sure. But it's just he was, yeah, not a fan of the amount of scrutiny that goes into children's stuff in general. But yeah, they definitely, I loved Rugrats. I still quote like pretty regular, a baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. Like, that has become like a common part of my vernacular. Like, whether I sound like an idiot saying it now as a 30-something-year-old man, but you know, it's fine. You reference the 3 a.m. pudding every time somebody messages you at odd hours. I appreciate that. Speaking of pudding, I don't know why. So the dumbest running gag that has nothing to, it just has something to do with pudding then. My buddy, I had built a new computer. This is like, I don't know, like 5 years ago, right? I built a new computer, as I do every handful of years, and something was messed up. Like, it kept, like, software-wise, wasn't hardware issues. It was software. Like, something was just not jiving, right? And, like, I was playing the game and it kept crashing. And my buddy made a joke that he's like, oh, I totally forgot I hired that kid to come in your apartment and put pudding in your computer. Like, it was the most random thing that he came up with. And he's like, it must be the pudding I had put in your computer. I'm like, what a weird thing to say. But like, now that's a running gag for the past like however many years it's been, where it's like, oh no, the pudding in my computer is causing my game to crash. Like, stupid as hell. The stupid things you and your friends always, that just becomes normal then. Like, oh, that's just part of how we talk now and reference things. I paused the timer on this one because this is a weird one and I wanted to give it a little bit more time than normal. But speaking of that guy, that same friend, the other night we were playing, because we still play games all the time together. We always hear stuff on his microphone. So like, we all play on PC, we all have our nice mics, and you know, like, I've got my nice mic and headphones and everything set up. And all of our other buddies pretty much do too, except for him. He's still rocking the Xbox. He has a nice PC, he just doesn't use it. And like, he's in a room with his wife too. Like, he's in his bedroom, so when we're playing games, we hear her talking all the time and making sounds and stuff. And we always give him crap. Because like, the other day, he legit just farted. And like, his mic picked it up even. And we're like, what? Dude, the amount of sounds that come out of your microphone all the time are just absurd. Like, his wife is hacking up in the background or trying to talk to him. He's farting, all these things. I'm like, what is even going on in your life in there, man? Well, the other day we're playing Rivals. And, you know, you're all communicating. You're just joking, having fun. Like, we don't play ranked together. We just casually play. And we're just goofing around, and I keep hearing this, like, it sounds like water dripping, right? Like a every so often, like, pretty consistent though, like for like 5 minutes. And I was like, at first I thought it was like just an artifacting sound in the game that I was somehow just mishearing, right? And finally, after about 5 minutes, I was like, okay, whose mic is making this weird popping sound the past few minutes? And he starts cracking up. Because he's like, oh my gosh, you hear that? He's like, my lips have been chapped. So he literally was putting on chapstick for 5 minutes every like minute or so, putting on chapstick and going over and over. But like, in the fray of playing the game and talking about other things, it wasn't like super pronounced, but it was enough that you just kept hearing this weird little popping sound. Like, I don't understand the amount of sounds that come out of your headset, my friend. Like, always so ridiculous. And it's like, it just keeps happening always. Like, there's always a new weird sound from him every few weeks. I feel like there's something. It keeps us on our toes. That's for sure. Your brain is going in a way different direction. Yeah, no, different vibes, different vibes. This is a PG stream, PG stream. um, Speaking of, yeah, I don't know how long you've been around, Chris, but I was doing the figure drawing earlier, and I'm debating. I think what I need to do is because like here you can see the hand, right? Like I'm drawing a hand, you can see the picture. When I was doing the figure drawing, since I have them all like a lot of them are nude, I didn't want that on stream per se. So I was going through and just I didn't have it visible. But it felt weird. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to go through now and like adjust all of my folder structures for my figure drawing because I had nude set, but nude also meant like there's some clothing, like underwear and stuff. But I think I need to go through and actually like go through with a fine-tooth comb kind of and really see which ones are nude or not, and I can maybe have them on stream because it was weird thinking of PG, just thinking of that. Because like this makes sense to draw something gesturally that you know the viewer can see, but before when I was doing it, it felt weird. For perspective, it was these guys. Like I just did a bunch of. Today is a figure drawing day, a gestural day. Trying at least. It's been a long time since I've done gesture work like this, but oh shit, shoot. It's a PG stream, proceeds to start cursing. Those are figures. But yeah, some of them were more nipply than others, I guess you could say. Yes, you could say very bluntly. Okay. Did I click time? Okay. This is a boring one, but we drew a really weird one just a second ago, so my brain was like, let's do a boring hand. And as I talked about, the more boring it is, sometimes the harder it is, though, because it's usually like clenched together, and the information you have to work with is like all real tight. But yeah, just trying to get with these hands when they're super tight like this. I feel like the silhouette's the most important then, because yeah, the inside, like yeah, there's a lot of mumbo jumbo with the fingers, but so long as the silhouette reads nicely, that's all that matters with a lot of art. Is the silhouette really helps, but like I feel like especially when you're working with like clenched hands, the silhouette is extra important. Oop, crap. Yeah, it is weird. Just as I was talking about like playing games and stuff, it's weird that like I don't know how long ago. It was like 7 years ago, probably now, that I switched over to be pretty much a PC gamer, right? Like in terms of multiplayer games, like I don't really play console games anymore with people. Like if I'm playing a console game, it's like it's a Souls like, or some sort of like more epic RPG energy. And it's weird because like all of my life I grew up, if you think about, like my memories of online games are more often than not me sitting there on a couch with a crappy ass headset on, like that came free with the original Xbox or whatever it may have been. And then now we've progressed where I'm like, no, I need my $300 Sennheiser, super nice open back headphones, and I need this like super expensive microphone mixed with my good audio amp so I can have my sound coming in and out so cleanly. And I'm sitting on my computer and it's like at a desk where it's like such a different energy than when I was younger, just like quickly grabbing a controller, plopping the headset right into the controller itself, and then just cruising, such a different energy now when we sit down to play games, at least for me. But I feel like I'm not in the minority. I feel like a lot of people now have transitioned to this kind of PC world of gaming because it's become increasingly cheaper and more approachable. And by cheaper, I mean it's still super friggin' expensive, but so this lo-fi that I picked for today is kind of weird. Not gonna lie, it's been a lot of like there's been a lot of vocals, and they're all in like different language. Not that it's bad, it's just different than what I usually have, and it throws me off when I hear a voice then with any of these lo-fi things. Ooh, look, he's actively being polite or not being murderous. He's drawing, he's writing on paper. He's not stabbing someone with it. Yet. Can we squeeze that hand in there? Does that look stupid? That looks dumb, this hand. Whatever. I think a lot of the whole super nice mic thing also happened during COVID when we all had to hear people with shitty stuff and then realize how nice it was when it was clean. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's 100% fair. Because even to this day, when I have friends and stuff like that, or you hear people on like crappier quality stuff, it's like, yeah, it's true. Our brains, because it became the new norm of having to hear, webcam mics at first, and it was like, ooh, I don't want to hear that. Like, that is true. I can totally see COVID having been a big perpetuator of this microphone difference. Because I didn't get the nice microphone until a few years back. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like I was always big on that too. I had like nicer headsets, but never like cared too much. And now I've become increasingly more anal about it when my friends don't. Like my one friend now who doesn't, I'm like, you sound like a nerd, man. Get that good stuff. Like a week into COVID, I was on 3-hour retro with a group, and the one guy was a ham radio operator, so I used the same mic from that, and immediately that night I went. Yeah, I can imagine after hearing the radio like that, you'd go for your own then, yeah. Ham radios are wild. The fact that that kind of technology is, it's funny when you see those people who are like, they've got their whole ham set up in like the basement and they're all gung-ho and stuff. Like, it's always, I love the things people love, right? That sounds weird, but like everybody finds certain things that obviously that might not be the person you're talking about exactly, but like when people find those things that they just gravitate to, right? Like there's something about it that they just love. Like I'm not a sports guy, right? Like I like playing, being active and doing that kind of stuff myself. I don't really care for sports much. But when people love sports and they're like, they follow the teams and they do that, more power to you. Like I may not be a fan, but I love when people love things. And especially the like ham radio or something like that, where it's like, man, your niche is so obscure, but you are so committed. And I love that you love, like, I love that for you kind of thing, you know, like, because there's something about passion in people that we just don't have enough of. And when you can find passion in a thing and in a hobby or in an action, it's just one of the coolest things I had about ham that I know is that there is a ham station on the ISS. You can, oh, really? The International Space Station, you can contact it? That's pretty dope. I did not know that. I know nothing of ham radio, to be honest, other than, like I said, people who do it definitely do it. There was a show, I can't remember, I think it was on Apple. I think it was an Apple show. Dark. Oh, man, this hand, I don't know. I'm talking too much and this hand looks like doo-doo. I think I'm just going to scrap this hand. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, this looks like ass. Don't mind this hand. I was like trying to block in and then I zoned out. What was the show? It was like, it was in a different language, I think. Because it was dubbed. Yeah, we're scrapping this hand. This is stupid. But it had to do with like radio and stuff. In some video, there was a girl like 10 who's a ham. And usually it's like, speaking of like passion, right? Usually when it's like a little kid who loves a thing, usually the parents are involved somehow, right? Like the parents must have really liked it and they fell into doing it to themselves. But what's even more wild is when the kids actually have no connection to the parents doing it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like the parents, they're like, I've never touched a ham radio in my life. My kid just found out about it and now it's, you know what I mean? Like it became a thing. And I think that's like the weirdest and most like pure type of joy when it's like a kid who never, you know, didn't have outside influence as you would traditionally think of it, that just wanted to do the thing and now they love the thing. Like that's, I love it. This music today is not necessarily my normal jam, but I'm too lazy to change it because it's getting late anyway. So okay, I lied. I'm changing it. These are not the kind of music I feel like listening to. Go back to my video game lo-fi. That's fine. I have like my standard playlist of stuff that I like to listen to. It's like that's good enough. Which it's super annoying. So I used to use Google Music for the longest time until Google pooped the bed with it, right? And they had to get rid of that service. And then it went to YouTube Music, is what everyone was transitioned to who was on Google's. And YouTube Music I didn't like at first, but it grew on me, right? And I really liked it. And I grew to be fond of it and enjoyed having it set up. However, the problem is YouTube Music doesn't have a traditional application in way of like an app on the computer, right? So what you do is it's actually a browser-based app that you open. So it's basically just like a glorified bookmark, right? But so the way Windows reads it, it is a Chrome browser, right? Like you're opening up the quote-unquote app, but it's literally just a browser. And so when you're setting up the audio stuff, I'm sure there's some crazy roundabout way, but like for me setting up OBS to stream and stuff, it was a pain separating that audio channel because I need it for channel 6, the VOD channel, so like it doesn't, so it's not recorded, right? So like the music, if I'm playing copyrighted music, it's not recorded and all that jazz. So I was like, well, I guess I'll try Spotify then for streaming stuff. And so my girlfriend already had Spotify and she had like the family plan or whatever because she had shared it with her parents and her brother. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just hop on. There was an extra slot available. So I had just used that because there's an app obviously on the computer that's a separate application. It can be set to a different audio channel, blah, 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 blah. Well, now I've like, well, I'll just use that for my new, you know what I mean? Like condense it all. I'm not going to keep YouTube music and Spotify and all that. Like I still have the service because it's part of YouTube Premium, but like I wasn't going to actively use it. I was like, no, I'll just have two separate things. I think I need to keep it two separate things. Because now when I'm at the gym, it doesn't understand. I want to listen to like gym music or like some sort of actual like artist. Not saying that, but like I want to listen to like some punk or some metal or some heavy rock or something. You know what I mean? Like something else. And constantly Spotify's like, hey, you want to listen to these chill beats to fall asleep to? I'm like, absolutely not. I'm at the gym. Can you stop trying to recommend this right now? Like the algorithm obviously has just seen me always listen to hours and hours of Spotify here on stream that it doesn't understand that like, oh, he likes non-chill music too and he wants to have more energy. And it's like, it's very rough. So I think I'll need to actually keep using YouTube music at the gym. And then Spotify will just be primarily my like my chill beats kind of vibes. Because it was listen to this kind of music at the gym is maybe some people's energy. It is not mine in any way, shape, or form. Oh, there's a private mode for YouTube. You're saying for YouTube music? Oh, is it essentially like kind of like a private browser almost energy then? It's holding it as? Oh, for Spotify. I did see that. And I'm not going to lie, I was just too lazy. I saw that there, I looked into it and it said that there's like, oh, you can go into private browsing. But I was like, I'd rather have two separate profiles though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want one profile for streaming and one profile because I want to save the information, not straight up private, you know? And I don't feel like paying for a second account then. I don't know. I lazily decided I'm just going to do it the way I'm doing it now, which is YouTube probably and Spotify for this because I already pay for the two different subscriptions, you know? I don't want to have to pay for a separate one, but like a separate account of it. I mean, unless correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming private means like it doesn't save the information then though. Because you know what I mean? Like I'd like to save my like gym vibes versus streaming vibes. Like I want to save them to keep them easily accessible. But I assume if it's like private browsing that it just kind of like you only have it for that moment and then it's kaput, right? Yeah. So these are like that wouldn't be bad, but I just would prefer keeping it to track the whole time in just two different profiles then. So I think I'll just stick with, you know, like I said, swapping between the two apps. It just seems silly to have two different, but again, if I'm paying for YouTube Premium anyway, it's not like I'm already paying for the YouTube music, right? I'm not like losing anything, I guess, or paying more. Oh, I still don't have, dang it. I've been meaning to set up the Twitch alerts. So like when I get like a follow or something like that. And I get mixed up always then. Because I get like Instagram notifications. I'm like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I need to set that up. I did not. So if there was a new follow a second ago, might be. Thank you. Okay, some of these, I take it back. There's more normal hands in this pack now that I've bought a billion years ago. It is time to go, but I do want to, the goal was to fill this page. So let's see if we can maybe get at least a little closer to filling the page. Maybe not completely, but closer than what we've got. We're almost there. Because then I can say I filled the page twice. One with figure drawing and one with, I mean, this is figure drawing still technically too. One with hands and one with figure. Oh, you don't even see the pinky here at all. You're just missing it. It's got the Hand of David vibe, right? This pose, this one for sure. Is it or the creation, right? Isn't it creation? Not technically Hand of David, sorry. With the old Renaissance painting. And I've been super excited that it's been getting warmer and then colder, then warmer, then colder, which already in its own right kind of messes with my allergies because it's snip snap like constantly changing. But yeah, that's the one downside. Like when I love the sun, I love being outside, but I feel like the transition from the weather is always the worst for me, where I get like my body's like reacclimating and gets crappy. So always give and take, and that's kind of what's been going on this week now for me, where it's like, oh great, it's sunny, I can't wait to be outside, and my body's like, what the hell was this? Like my stupid body. And I used to take allergy medicine. I don't know. When I take enough pills and supplements and different things, I was like, I don't want to take allergy medicine anymore. Like, it's just too many things. And it never really super helped anyway. And now, so I just take like, when I'm feeling crappy, I just take like a Sudafed or something. I'm like, hopefully that does the trick. Another match I had a chance to Google, couldn't remember the name. You might want to look into VB Audio Cable app, which adds virtual audio interface, which might make it easier to do the patching from the YouTube window thing. VB Audio. I'll type that in my phone and look into it later then real quick. Yeah, I'll see what that is later. It's like I'm on a roll. I got to finish his hands. I'll look into it when I'm off stream. Gotta go fast. Watch these hands, quite literally. Yeah, I feel like since I've started streaming and doing more of this stuff in general, I've been like needing to find so many new little software things here and there and stuff like that that help. Which there's a lot on the internet. One, so this is dumb. My brain randomly thought about it. Speaking of like random apps, there's one app on the internet, as if I'm some old man. There's one app that I've been using for years now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check it on YouTube. But I've been using it for years because I'm very anal with organization and working in studio work and stuff like that. Like when you're working with outsourcing studios and stuff like that, sometimes like the file naming conventions get mixed up or different things like that. Like there's a lot of reasons to keep clean file structure and naming conventions, right? And there's a software, it's literally just called Renamer. That's it, just Renamer. And it is like one of my favorite software. Like you just set up rules and you can load in the file. Like you just load in like however an entire folder, it can be thousands of files, right? It doesn't matter. You just load them in. You just say, hey, look at this folder. And you can set rules on what to do. Like, hey, every instance of this, remove it. Every instance of this, change to this. It is such a simple interface, but like I've used that now for so many years for so many different reasons. Like sometimes I've used it for professional work. Sometimes I use it when I download comic books and the comic books are all weird naming. I've been doing more, like I've said, like more work with the YouTube side. So I've been doing more, I have so many like background musics and sound effects and all these things. And like you get them from different packs and different things of the like that suddenly like they're all weird file structures and names and stuff. Like, so literally it's just called Renamer. And it is one of the most basic use case software, but I love it. I love it so much. This hand looks weird to me, but it doesn't matter. Did I? Oh crap, I paused it a second ago and I never unpaused it. Whoopsies. Well, that's time to say this one's done anyway. This is a boring hand. But yeah, Renamer, good stuff if you ever need to just have a mass amount of adjustments to files and stuff like that. When you say match, have you been rivaling it up again? Is that what you've been up to? I've gotten to a point with rivals now. Like the amount of toxicity I've been running into in ranked has just been so demoralizing. Like I've tried to limit my exposure to the game because I was like, I'm playing too much and getting too annoyed at people getting annoyed. Like the irony of that is I'm always a super chill, laid back person with everything. And so I'm trying to be laid back and chill, but them getting annoyed annoys me. And I get upset that people are getting upset. And I'm like, well, this isn't helping anything. God, you just mess around, not doing ranked or anything. Yeah, it's so much better sometimes just to not care and go into casual or quick play. Because I do that with my buddies. Like we don't ever play ranked. And it is just a very different vibe. Like they take it more seriously than I do still in quick play, whereas like in my mind, because they don't play ranked really, so in my mind I'm like, this is not ranked, this is perfectly fine, I can learn new characters, I can do whatever the heck I want, like, and doesn't matter. Like I mean, none of it matters to be fair, but like I don't know, like, and I feel like it's much less toxic from the other people. Like you're just goofing around, like that's what most people seem to view it as, at least in quick play. But yeah, some of the people I've run into ranked the past week or so have really just, as if the current economic climate in America has not already made me question many things of humans. Playing Marvel Rivals ranked definitely makes me question humanity as well. One guy literally was so mad that we weren't healing. Like I normally play tank, right? Dude, we go into a match. 3 insta-lock tanks. 3, and all dive. It was like Thor, Venom, not dive necessarily, but Thor, Venom, and I think Thing. So like all like not traditional shieldy tanks or whatever. And I was like, oh, and normally as a tank player, I normally would pick tank, but I was like, all right, that's fine. I'm glad we've got tanks. Assuming someone was going to switch off. Nope. They committed, and we had 2 healers, 1 DPS, and 3 tank, which again, whatever. I don't really care for the comp. If the composition doesn't matter so long as the players are doing well, right? Like in my mind, so long as you're able to do the thing, I don't care what the actual comp is. I'm not like beholden to any specific golden rule, right? In my head, though, 3 tanks is a little rough, especially because they had banned the other team. So again, in ranked, I don't know if you know, on the higher ranks, once you had, I think, diamond, you can get bans. So you can ban other characters, like you vote on it. And each team bans 2 characters. And so the other team had actually banned Luna and Cloak and Dagger, who are the most traditional, like straight up heal characters, right? Like they are the best in terms of like their ultimates that are just pure defensive and all these things, right? Like I personally like other characters more myself for defense, but like if you're rocking 3 tanks, you probably would want at least one of those characters, but they were all banned. So like that in and of itself is like, hey, you probably shouldn't be playing 3 tanks when 2 of the like primary like heal body type healers aren't available. Like, and so we're playing and we are getting dived the whole time. Nobody is helping us because our 1 DPS just kept going forward. And then all 3 of our tanks were pushing their backline the whole game. Like not one of them peeled to help us at all. Like it was miserable trying to stay alive as me and this other guy as healers. And it was just death after death. And we were struggling to keep them. Like, I mean, we were still doing a decent enough job. Like, it wasn't like a blowout. Like, we were actually holding our own. Me and the other healer were doing solid work. But it was just like way harder than it should have been. That's what she said. And he was playing, the other healer picked Sue right away. Like, I like to play Sue personally. Like, that's my main healer. But I was like, okay, cool. I'll just go Rocket then and just be able to revive and get some good heals in, right? Like just focus on pure healing. Won't even ever switch to my machine gun if I need. Like I should hopefully never have to. And the dude had the nerve in the middle of like the second round, the Venom, keep in mind, the Venom who wasn't doing squat, like easily the worst of our players on our team. The Venom who decided to stay Venom, even though they clearly shouldn't have, started screaming on the mic how dumb I was. Why the hell are you picking Rocket? You idiot. Blah, 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 blah. Like going off on me. And I didn't say anything the whole time about like, you know what I mean? Like I thought it was a stupid comp. I was like, hey, we'll try it. But if we need, can we switch, you know, one of you guys go DPS or something, or even 3 healer, just not 3 tank. And nobody ever said anything after that. And then I'm always just calling out comms, keeping communication open, but not like, I'm not bad mouthing. I'm not telling, he sucked, right? I wasn't telling him he sucked. I didn't say that. I thought it. I didn't say it. But then he had the nerve to yell at me and the other healer and say it was all my fault that he's not getting healed and that I was an idiot for picking Rocket. And like, what? What did you expect? And then it was funny because the other guy, like the other healer, was very vocal and he got on the mic and just started chewing this guy out. Oh yeah, they're always trying to distract from their crappy gameplay. 100%. I've got another story of that too, even right after that match. But it was funny because like the other teammate, the other healer that was with me, like went off on him. I mean, justifiably so. Like, he even apologized after. He's like, I'm sorry I got so angry and heated. The other healer, he's like, I just been so mad at these type of people. And it's like, the energy is so toxic and needlessly crappy, right? It's just, I don't understand it. And spoiler alert, we lost that game. We lost it bad. And it wasn't even, like, when you lose and it's fun, that's one thing, right? But when you lose and it was like, it was just miserable, people were being dicks, it was, that's like, just very disheartening. I apparently can't draw hands anymore. I should probably start being done then, because these hands are looking worse the more I've been drawing tonight. But no, then yeah, like literally then a game right after that was, what was it? Was it 3 DPS? I think that was the vibe. Like it was insta-lock. Oh, that's what it was. Here, let me shrink this down because this is ugly. Here, we're not filling the page. We're just doing this, and then we're gonna... Can I condense the other layer or no? That would be a pain to try and condense it. Can I just move these down then and say... Look, I filled the page. Does that count? Does that count? I think that counts. Here, I'm gonna post it. So like here, let's like move these so it looks like a little more organic, right? Like there's more space. Like, oh, I filled a page. I'm mentally done drawing right now. I've hit my wall. I was trying to make it real condensed before, but now it's like, nah, let's make some space, you know? But I can't crop the bottom because it's all the same file because I've got these guys I was going to post. So I was going to crop the bottom. I was like, then I'd have to adjust these or make 2 different images, and I don't care enough. But what you say, I have a response I like for those people too. The class is strategist, and the way you're acting, the strategy is now not to the strategy is now not to heal you at all. That's good. That's funny. Yeah, but like, so the one match, what was it? We go in the match, and so with the banning, right? I play as a tank. Wolverine, especially at high level, is an absolute menace. Like against tanks. Like he's such, his kit's pretty broken. I don't like playing against Wolverine. So I almost always ban Wolverine if I can. And so I was going to vote for Wolverine. Somebody else voted for something else. I don't remember who. And it got picked instead of Wolverine. And I was like, damn. I go to vote for Wolverine again for the second ban. And last minute, this dude he votes to ban Groot. Okay? Groot's a good character. I'm not saying he's not. I play Groot a lot. It was the domination game mode and the Hydra map set. So like realistically, anybody who plays Groot, unless you just play Groot alone, if you play tank, you're not going to pick Groot for those levels. Like that's not a Groot stage. That's ideal. And immediately, last second, they voted for Groot, which the way the voting works is if 2 people vote for something, it splits the vote and it's 50-50 and it's a coin flip, right? It's just a percentage based. Excuse me. And so they banned Groot, and that's the one that won out. I was like, are you kidding me? That Groot is the one that won. Like, why would you ban Groot? And I got mad. I was like, why the heck would you ban Groot, man? Like, of all the characters, that is not who we should be banning, especially given the context. But anyway, that's all I said. I was like, man, really, we banned Groot of all people? Like, I was bummed. Guess what the other team had right off the rip? I think you know it. It was Wolverine. And so I immediately just said, you know what, F it. I'm not even going to play a normal tank. I'm just going to play the thing then. Because he's at least a slight counter to Wolverine. So Wolverine can't like pick me up, right? He can't kidnap me. And so I played the thing, and I was the only tank, of course. 3 DPS, 2 healers, and then me as the thing. And I was holding the team on my shoulders that first round, like completely doing everything I could to make it at least a close game. Whereas that person who voted for Groot was the Human Torch, And I'm pretty sure this was the first time they've ever picked up the game or at least the Human Torch. Like they were just playing like doo-doo. And I don't get how people are in like Grandmaster at that point when they play like that. I don't understand how that happens. But they were so bad. And we lost the first round. Pretty decisively. And the other teammates, there's two different teammates on our team. And the one was like, dude, Human Torch is not the move you need to get off. You need to get off Human Torch. And then the other person also was like, yeah, we need maybe 3 heals or second tank. Yeah, we need it. Or the one other DPS person was like, the one DPS character that was doing well on our team was like, we need a hit scan. Someone switched to Hela to deal with, like, I can't remember who they had. I think it was a Storm. And switched to hit scan. And he was playing Black Panther, this guy who was saying that. And so everyone was basically telling this guy to get off of Human Torch, do something else. Like, you know what I mean? It's just not working. The strategy is not working. And, but I never said a word. Like, once the game starts, I'm usually I feel like I'm like the parent that's like, all right, guys, let's play as a team. It's fine. If they're not going to switch, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always that person in the game. And so I'm not bad mouthing. I'm not saying squat. Well, guess what? They refused to switch. They stayed Human Torch. They did even worse than the first round. Our Black Panther, who was the only good DPS, switched to Hela and was holding their own too. And we got obliterated, like absolutely obliterated that second round. And the Human Torch just kept dying over and over and over again. I don't think he got a single kill that whole round. So the game ends and I'm done. I'm like, well, that sucked, whatever. New match, right? Refresh your brain, new match, no big deal. Well, that person who played the Human Torch, you know how you can like talk to the match then at the end of the game, especially like people will do that, like talk to everybody. And that dude didn't say a peep, refused to switch, refused to do anything, and then calls me out. He literally types, yeah, why did we have a thing the whole game? What was he even doing? What? Why you coming at me? Why you throwing hands at me? I didn't even say a peep to you the whole time, even though you were the worst. Like everybody else was bad-mouthing him. I didn't say a word. And then at the end, he's like, that guy never said anything. I'm going to yell at him then to make me feel big because everybody else already vocalized their yelling. So I bet they'd yell back at me. Like it's that kind of like weird energy where it's like, what did I even do to you, man? I purposely held my tongue, even though you were the worst. And it was funny though, because then immediately, I didn't even have to say anything. The rest of my team immediately was like, they called him out. They're like, you banned Groot. What was he going to do? Get kidnapped the whole time as the only tank? And with Wolverine and blah, blah, blah. So like they immediately jumped down his throat. And well, it was our team, but then it was great because then the second my team started backing like that logic up with me. The other team was like, yeah, man, the Thing was the best player on your team. He was cooking the whole time. And it was funny that like their MVP said that. Like, yeah, no, he was doing the best. Without him, you guys wouldn't have even stood a chance. And I was like, that made me feel better for sure. But it's the fact that negativity is there. Like, why is that your first, like your knee-jerk reaction, right? And that's always the thing with humans in general. Like, if your knee-jerk reaction is something bad, that says something about you, right? And I'm a big proponent of that. Like, your knee-jerk reaction should never be anger or violence or any, you know what I mean? Like, if that is your knee-jerk reaction, you need to do some introspection, you know what I mean? And like figure out what's going on, because never, like, you know what I mean? Like, that should never be your first thought. Like, that shouldn't be in your vernacular. That shouldn't be in your mindscape. It shouldn't be anything. But yeah, so that's why I get so worked up then playing Rivals now, where I'm like, I need to do it in smaller doses because I get angry. I get angry at other people being angry, which the irony of that is absurd. But anyway, let's it's a hand drawing one, right? So I need to do always my thumbnails. Do we do like thumbs up, hands, normal hands? What do I do with my hands? Just hands, right? Ay. All right, well, it is well past my time. I did at least I'm saying it's a full page, right? It's not a full page, but it's close enough when you fudge it. So I say we're good. I say I'm done. I say I can finally go eat because my stomach has been rumbling. Um, but yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be back as usual on Tuesday. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna be drawing Tuesday. That's a good go out there in rivals and throw them hands, right? But yeah, not sure what I'm gonna draw Tuesday. I did like doing the figure drawing, so I wonder if I just do this kind of stuff once a week then. Maybe Tuesday or Thursday I set as like figure time, you know? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hopefully you guys all have a good weekend though, and thank you for everybody who tuned in. Hopefully, Chris, you get some good rivaling in, whether you're just cranking through casual or you decide to deal with the hellscape that is ranked. But until next time, everybody, be kind and kick butt.